Alright, welcome to the stream everybody. So if you didn't tune in last Friday, you may notice that the map has grown a little bit since last Sunday. Whereas last Sunday we had only this square around our starting area uncovered. We did a whole bunch of exploration, in fact roughly 7 hours of it or so. Took out a whole bunch of biters and we discovered the lay of the land, looking for a place to place our solar panels in the future. We need space for about 2 million solar panels, which is probably roughly the size of this area now. So yeah, the northern section is kind of a dot. We could use it like for a segment of it, but it's not really big enough to encompass the full 2 million by a long shot. It does of course have a lot of resources, so we may just be using all of this for 10,000 science per minute base. I'm not exactly sure how many resource patches we are going to need. But yeah, this section not too suitable, and the rest is looking not great either, except this part here on the right side. So here we have a nice straightish edge all the way down. And then the question is, where is the next water gonna be? Unfortunately, the next water here is already over here. But the next water on this horizontal distance is all the way out here, and that if there is no lake in between here, which of course there could very well be a lake in here as well, the size of this bad boy, which is still quite sizable. But if there is no lake in here, and I don't know where water is up here either, but this area may turn out to be large enough for 2 million solar panels. We are not going to be exploring further today. Today we're gonna do the red, green and blue chip area for the 1000 science per minute base. That is one of the first things we want to actually design and build, because we can switch that thing on, and until the entire 1000 science per minute base is up, we can make Mark III modules out of that. So that is what we're gonna work on today. Static in the audio. I noticed that too sometimes. I don't know if there's some weird AI stuff going on again with the sound processing from the microphone or something, where it like varies some variables depending on what's going on. But yeah, if it keeps coming back, then let me know. I will try to switch up the some of the settings which block out sounds, the background sounds. The thing is that also blocks out the first syllable of my voice every now and then. Perhaps I just need to turn the mic a bit, like so. Alright. So yeah, happy Sunday everyone, indeed. I don't think I'm gonna waste much time. Let's just take a look at what we were doing last time. We basically sent out the white spider with its 2 followers to take out all the biter bases which we would discover on the way, and if we discovered biter bases we would just take them out, trying to uncover as little land as possible, really. None of the chunks inside of here are generated, it's only the chunks that are visible that are generated. So we made it with 2 of these spider groups. We upgraded the teal anti-expansion spider to the teal widow, as in memory of the black widow. Those got all the way over there. I think we're just gonna leave them alone. Maybe I'll just recall them back to the base. There's kind of 2 more arms I want to explore out. I want to start over here, from this bulge of water to the right. And I want to start over here, from this bulge of water to the right. As sort of equidistant between these arms as well. And just form a big E with 1 too many horizontal lines. And just to get an idea what the land looks like, without having to explore it all, and more importantly, without having to take out all the biters. But for now, that is going to be a weekday stream, just a chill weekday stream after some editing or something. Today we're gonna break our brains again. Yeah, I'm from the Netherlands, that's correct. Hello. Matcha, hello. SDB. Uncle Merrick, Mattis Jaximus. I always misread your name, Mattis Jaximus. It's just some sort of Roman emperor vibes. I get with it. Alright. Yeah, so let me check my... I do have my calculator open already. So today is going to be also sort of a calculator heavy kind of episode. I'm over here. I think I'm just going to load the actual save. Oh, I did save it. Oops. That was a mistake. And the most nearby save is more than an hour away. Alright, that's not great. I don't think I did any commands this time to zoom out far enough. Yeah, I just watched Max Verstappen win the Barcelona Grand Prix, so that was nice. It's a big base. Yeah, it's gonna get a lot bigger still. Let me try to do a command. Alright, nope. Command still will disable achievements, so I did not do a command. As you see in the last stream, we actually killed 10,000 behemoth worm, 10,000 biter spawners and 10,000 spitter spawners. Basically cleared out a lot of biters in the last 10 hours. Right. On this side, yeah. We killed 11,000 behemoth worms and a whole bunch of biters. Let's check out the actual milestones. I think it's the final milestone we'll get. At least I hope I don't need to take out another order of magnitude increase in worms and biters. Alright. I did do the hydrate CRX, thanks for that. I didn't have the mic on yet, but yeah, how do I prepare for the 10,000 signs per minute base? Well, I started off with this thing. This thing is a self-balancing starter base. It was another side project of mine which I used to open this. Basically any starter base will do. Mine produces at the beginning 63 signs per minute for non-stop basically. So we started off with 63 signs per minute, which we have been doing for roughly the last 50 hours or so. We recently stepped it up to 83 signs per minute because now we have access to better modules. We could upgrade the starter base a bit. But yeah, this base produces 60 signs per minute plus all the stuff you need to build a bigger base, like furnaces, Mark III assemblers. We've got like a chest full of those things, roboports, beacons, a lot of that stuff. Then the next step is a 1000 signs per minute base to get us into a lot of levels of mining productivity so that we can build only small miners. Like currently we are filling a belt with like 30 miners or so. That's gotta go up. We gotta be filling a belt with like 8 miners or so for the 10,000 signs per minute base. So the 1000 signs per minute base is going to be an intermediate to the 10,000 signs per minute base. But before we even got to 1000 signs per minute, we first needed to prepare for that as well. So we designed and built a Mark III module area over here, which has been producing 10 modules per minute since we switched it on. Module 3. So if we look here, you can see exactly 300 modules of each type per hour. 5 per minute from each type. And we also built right next to it an area which is going to provide our late game power. We need 2 million solar panels and the accompanying accumulators in roughly a 5:6 ratio. That's the ratio in which you need them. So we got that done as well before we started even on the 1000 signs per minute base. It still is going to take, even with that many solar panels and accumulator assemblers, It's gonna take 120 hours to complete 2 million solar panels. That should be roughly another 106 hours from now, 105 hours. So yeah, it has been running for 15 minutes, it still needs to run a lot more. Modules is very well on the way. We set it up around the 48 hours, it has been running for 21 hours now. So we've got most of the modules we need for the starter base by now. Also thanks to last stream where we basically did a lot of exploring, all the while the base kept going. This is my cursed train, which is bringing over all the Mark III modules and solar panels from that special design area. Alright. Oh, hello ODM. Now go enjoy your barbecue, that's a lot more important than this. Alright, so this is our temporary collection area for all those solar panels and accumulators. If we look here, we've got 300,000 solar panels. So we're like 15% of the way there towards 2 million, but like I said, it has been on for how many hours already? We completed it at 50 hours, yeah, so it's been on for almost 20 hours and we've done like 15% of it. So yeah, that's gonna take a while still. Here are our modules. We've got like a couple chests full. All of these are roughly equally full. Let's see how many we already have. Okay, we got like 6,000 of each in stock, so that's pretty decent. Those things are very, very expensive. Right, so that is our preparation. Starter base, which just gets you through the entire technology tree, plus a little bit of infinite technology. Manufacturing area alongside the starter base, which produces all the stuff to build the rest. A Mark III module area to get started, because the starter base just cannot do all those tasks at the same time. These things are just too expensive, those modules. This entire build is just dedicated to modules. And is in fact powered itself by Mark III modules, so... And then we have the solar panel area with accumulators. And today we are gonna do... actually we already did last time, before the exploration phase, we already did some designs. We have... Let me switch off the roboport. We have this thing over here, which is basically our 1000 signs per minute producer for all the 7 science packs. That has been developed. What else do we got? We've got the giant, not so very giant, blueprint for red and green signs around a couple beacons. This is all we need for red and green signs. We've also got the thing for military signs, which is this guy. One wall producer at the top, some grenades with beacons and some ammo. That is all we need for military signs, because we also want to unlock some better military technology still. And we also got the blue signs thing, excluding red chips, because red chips we're gonna do in a separate area, and that is what we're gonna work on today. Green, red and blue chips. But this is all the sulfur we need, all the oil stuff for sulfur. And then the rest of the build is basically engines, pipes, gears, and engines themselves. So that is already fully puzzled out. Yeah, we also for today we already got the green chip design done. We already designed that in a when we did the Mark III module and the solar panel area. We developed this thing, which produces a guaranteed full belt of green chips, and this one as well. They're basically mirrored. It produces a guaranteed full belt of green chips from a belt of iron and copper. Actually a little bit less still. So we're definitely gonna reuse this to make the green chips. We are still going to need to make builds for both red chips and blue chips. Red chips is gonna involve plastics and some copper wire. Green chips we already have from this area, and similarly blue chips are gonna take the green and red chips from here and here, and we need a sulfuric acid build for blue chips. So that's what we're gonna be working on today. Yeah, this is gonna be probably the most big brain episode of this stream just yet. So we're gonna also use this guy a lot. This is my 1000 signs. Is it on this right screen? Let me check. Yeah, it is. This is the calculator, Kirk MacDonald, created by Kirk MacDonald. So this is how I planned out my 1000 signs per minute base. Like you saw, the signs assemblers and all that stuff. Ammo for military signs, grenades. You can just play around with modules and beacons and just get a nice symmetric looking build set up with the correct number of assemblers and all that good stuff. So we're going to use this guy today to work out how many blue, red and green chips we're going to need for the entire base. As you can see, half a belt of blues, 3 belts of reds, like 12.5 belt of greens, something in that order of magnitude. And we also have the module one over here. This is from my module area. It also uses modules are basically only red, green and blue chips. So that is why I want to build that area separately in my 1000 signs per minute base, so we can easily double it up as at any moment when we are not researching 1000 signs per minute, we can use that 1000 signs per minute base to make Mark III modules instead, and way more than the current area we got set up. So these are basically the same, so I can just delete one, and let's say I put 50 Mark III modules in here. Now we see we need like 1500 blue chips a minute, whereas for the 1000 signs per minute base we need only 1100. So 50 is probably a bit too much. Maybe we need to tone this down a bit. Let's go 40. 40 is 1200. 1200 is roughly the same like 1100. We can overbuild this area a bit. 7000 red chips. Here we need about 8000. Let's say 12.5 belt of green chips. Here's 11.5. So these values actually are pretty similar. So we are going to create we'll be able to create like 40 Mark III modules per minute with the 1000 signs per minute base, which is 4 times as many as we're producing right now, and we're gonna need to scale up that module production for the 10,000 signs per minute base, which is why it's very convenient that the 1000 signs per minute base can double as a Mark III module producer. Alright, yeah, there's also Helmut in game, but I like to use this one. Right, but before we do any of that, we gotta figure out our separate builds. So let me open green chips in a separate tab, red chips in a separate tab, blue chips in a separate tab. Alright, so green chips we already did it. We basically gotta make nice production units out of what we need. This is what we need, but this is not comprehensible to build. So what we have done for green chips already is okay. Let's just make units which produce 1 full belt per minute, and then we'll just build this thing 13 times and we'll have enough. What do we need for 1 output belt of green chips? Sorry, what do we need for 1 output belt of green chips? Basically a belt of iron and a belt of copper. We could get away with like 3/4-ish, but simple solution is just get a full belt of iron in there, a full belt of copper, and even if some miners run out or the furnaces cannot smelt anymore because they don't get enough ore, we'll still be alright. So yeah, we can do this 13 times. We already designed that, like I said. We have the design developed already. So this thing basically takes in a belt of iron, a belt of copper in the south, and it spits out a belt of green chips. We only need to design this once. We also can just reuse this again for the 10,000 signs per minute base. So some elements we can reuse. Right, so I guess we gotta start off with Yeah, maybe I'll have to try those factory planner or Helmut a bit, but yeah, I started working with Kirk McDonald's calculator, so I've been using it. I know how it works. I know the quirks and strange little it's strange little ways how it works. So I'm gonna keep using that for now. Right, so now we gotta figure out red chips. Let me close green chips because you cannot see it, but I have a lot of tabs open already with with all the stuff. Alright, so now we gotta make a comfortable unit for red chips. So basically, if we want to produce, let me open this yet again and another new tab. So we can probably not do the same trick like for green chips. If we want to output one full belt of red chips, we need to, oh, it looks like it's not too bad. We need to supply 1.5 belt of greens, not quite but almost, and 1.5 belt of plastics, not quite but almost. We can also do it a bit different, and we can say, okay, how many, like if we consume like 1 belt of green chips and 1 belt of plastics, how many red chips are we gonna get out of there? So it's roughly 1/3, so let's start over here. Alright, that's almost a belt of green chips. So let's go 1850. Actually, if we also have copper wire. It's got the okay. Our build has got to fix between 2 beacons. So actually, let's get rid of this. Of course, it is night when I'm starting to do this stuff. No, I don't have much beacons, but some of the spiders will have some beacons. I don't have much modules, but any of the spiders does not have modules. That's all right. I just need the example. Let's get this done. Actually, wait. There is one. The spider is done. Never mind. All right. So we're gonna have a setup something like this with red chips down the middle, like so. We're gonna have some input belts, and we're gonna have an output belt as well of red chips. We need 3 ingredients. So twice as much copper cable compared to plastic and electronic circuits. So it probably would be good to have 1 belt of copper cable come in and only half a belt of green circuits and plastics. Combine that together on a belt. Then we can probably just weave the output belt again. The red chip output belt could be woven through the blue input belt. Something like this again. So if we go back to the calculator here. Are we back? Yes. Right, I'm here, right? Yeah, I'm here. So yeah, let's see if we go down to like half a belt. Let's go 900. I need a bit more, 950. Okay, 0.503, a little bit less. 940. 945. Okay, that's exactly. As soon as these 3 digits disappear, then you know you're right on the spot. If it's rounded, you will see the 0.500. Now it's not exactly, it is rounded. But if it's exact, then this disappears. This is one of these weird quirks. Those kind of things I know how to work with, so that is why I use this calculator now, because basically I have learned how it works, and it works well enough for what I need to do. And if it doesn't, there's always just Excel, where I can program this myself to account for like different things. One of the limitations is you cannot not easily You cannot mix assemblers, you cannot put different amounts of beacons on the assembler easily. There's ways around that, but we'll get into those probably later. Alright, so if we do this, 945 red chips a minute, we need one belt of a half belt of green chips combined with half belt of plastics and one belt of copper wire. That will show if I just ignore these green chips for now. It will show the one belt of copper wire which goes into red chips. And of course we can ignore the green chips because the green chips we're making separately already. So this is a nice unit. The question then is, how many of these units do we need to make this amount of red chips? So this is 0.35, which basically means 3 of these setups make slightly more than 1 belt of red chips. So probably we need something like 9. But we can also just divide those values. If it one setup is going to make 945 and we need, let's say, 7730. So if we do basically 7730 divided by 945, yeah, it's more than 8, so over 8. So 9 is basically the minimum. Alright, so that is one thing. I guess we could try to design this if... I think I just want to get through the rest of the calculation a bit first. Before I design it, because I may change my mind depending on what else pops out. But yeah, this is comfortable. Half belt of green chips. So for every pair of these red chip setups we build, we need one dedicated green chip belt from our green chip area. So that's nice. Alright, for now let's just do it simple. Let's say we're gonna build 10. If we build 10 of these, we have 3.5 belts of red chips to work with. And we need 5 belts of green chips. Those are nice values. And we need 10 belts of copper, which is going to be like 4 lines of copper from furnaces extra to make the copper wire. Right, so that could be red chips. Green chips we already did. Then it's just blue chips. Alright, for blue chips, again we gotta ignore red and green chips. This looks a bit strange, but that basically means the green chips for red chips are not taken into account. All of these green chips should go to blue chips. Yeah, all of these go to blue chips. Whereas I have these enabled, then now the green chip amount is higher. And the red chip amount is higher as well. Now you can see not all the green chips go to blue chips, some of them go to red chips, but we are making red chips separately. So that is why we should ignore red chips. And similarly we're going to ignore green chips. The values are still here. Alright, so basically we need this many, roughly just over 1100. Now we gotta work out a nice blue chip setup. I'm just thinking, let's see what we need to consume one belt of green chips. That's going to be the easiest, I guess. So we divide this by roughly 6. It's going to be slightly under 200. Say 190. That's almost right on. If we ignore the order of magnitude. Alright, 180 is probably way too less. Yeah, way too less. 188. Still not enough. 189. Oh, again, the significant numbers disappear, so I can be sure it's exactly to the digit. We can actually calculate that. So a full belt of blue chips is 2700. 2700. A blue chip requires 20 of these. So with that we can produce 135, but we get 40% productivity bonus on the blue chips. which indeed equates to 189 exactly. So yeah, these are exact numbers. A full belt of green chips will become exactly 189 blue chips. I forgot to open blue chips in a separate tab, so let's do that again. We need 1100 of these. And this is 200, so if I need to build 6 of these setups. So let's multiply this by 6 at least. It's going to be 1134. So now we're consuming 6 belts of green chips. So there's 6 belts of green chips for blue. Here we got like 5 belts of green chips for red. And we can build as many belts of green chips as we want. Hydrate, thanks. I will look at chat after I break my brain on this a bit. Because if I get distracted too much, I will lose my train of thought here. So sorry, I'm ignoring all of you for the moment. I don't have enough brain capacity to read chat at the same time. So to say. Alright, so now we gotta figure out what is a nice ratio of these things to build. Alright, so let's check again. This is the 1000 signs per minute base. Let's try to get these blue chips and red chips lined up a bit. Thanks Do Blue for the second month Prime subscription. Oh, that's roughly alright. Just a little bit down. Alright. So now these will be in the same place when I switch between the tabs. Yeah, okay, that is nice. Alright, so for the 1000 signs per minute base we need 1177. Maybe I should look in belts. 0.41. Okay, so we need more blue chips already. So we need to overbuild the blue chips a bit. Red chips is 2.5 over here. 2.8 over here. So we have a surplus of red chips from the 1000 signs per minute base, but not enough blue chips as it stands. And 12.5 here, 11.5 here. So we also have an extra belt of green chips left over. Alright, so what if I overbuild blue chips? If I overbuild blue chips, I'm gonna need some extra red and green chips to make up for the deficit. $1114.567 and we need 1200. So basically we're gonna need 86 more blue chips. I could just add that to this list over here. And that will compensate for the... That will basically include or increase the amount of red chips and green chips we need here as well. So now we need 2.9 belts of red chips. And 13 belt of Alright, so this is over 1200 now. So if I build those extra blue chips, that's not going to be a nice number, is it? I mean, I'm going to build an integer number of blue chip setups. So 1134 would be enough for the 1000 signs per minute base, 1114. But if I add another 189 to this, another module, so to say, another blue chip line, you're getting to 1323. Then I can do 45 already. No, I cannot. How about 50? That is 1500. I have a feeling this will match up nicely. It is a way bigger. It starts to be way bigger though. But this is nice, yeah. Exactly over. So if I build 8 green chip lines, I'm going to be producing 1512 blue chips. That is 8 belts of green chips. Thanks Whole Fund as well for the 6th month already. Good morning. Let me sprinkle some. Alright, yeah, stop distracting me. What are those? What are those? Man, I'm so bad at this Twitch stuff still. I'm streaming for half a year and are those bits? If those are bits, then thank you very much. That's a lot of bits. Alright, 3000 bits. How do I program those into here? Okay, 1500 is half of 3000. So let's go for this then. If it's gonna go like this, I'm gonna go exploring because I cannot use my brain for all these things now. Thanks SDB for the umpteenth set of 10 subscriptions. Thanks a lot. Looks like a quiet lurker is going to have to come out of his lurk because now you are subscribed. Distracted. Alright. Let me at least then switch the game screen on if I'm going to have a mental breakdown. Again, let's look at the fish. Fishing. A nice and calming, relaxing hobby. You know, soothes the mind, calms down the brain. I absolutely hate it. I just don't have the patience for it, man, for fishing. I went fishing once with somebody and just was bored the entire time. Alright, thanks Alcabana again for the 1500 thingies. Stop it now, man, that's way too much, man. That's what is the cost? Is it like 100 bits? It's like €1 $1 or something. You can stop it already. Fishing is best done with beer. A lot of boring things are best done with beer, I guess. Focus. Here we are, back in your school benches, class. Here is our mathematics homework for today, figuring out how many of these things to build. Alright, let's say this. This is 8 belts of this. Man, I just get distracted by those sounds. It's something breaking. Distractions cannot stop. I'm just gonna take off my headphones if it keeps going like this. Alright. Let me pour myself another coffee then. Actually, I guess I can check that. That's so many bits, you probably will be in the leaderboard if those are bits. I could only find that somewhere. Alright, you are going fishing. Looks like I missed that. Hydrate. No, but cheers. Thanks a lot, everybody. It can stop again. Right, I just need to look on a different tab for a bit. Here I should be able to see that. Oh yeah, those are bits. Okay, Al Cabana, thanks a lot, man, but that is enough now, okay? Thanks Rolfand as well. Oh, for the gifted subscriptions and for subscribing yourself, of course. Alright. We're done fishing. Let's go fishing for modules. This is nice, man. If we can make 50 modules, it's like 5 times larger than what we have. Then we will have like 60 modules per minute, or one Mark III module per second. That sounds like a nice production. If we count up this plus the old module production area, 1 Mark III module every second. That sounds pretty incredible. So let's go for this. A completely invalid reason. Alright, so 1500 blue chips. That's gonna be 8 setups of blue chips, which each consume a belt of green chips. For that we are gonna need 3.2 belts of red chips. And we are making 3.5 if I remember correctly. Yeah, 3.5 with 10 of these. Every setup will produce 0.35, so we cannot go down to 9. Then we will be at 3.15 belts, and we're going to be needing 3.20 belts. So yeah, we need 10 red chip setups as well, and those 10 red chip setups are going to require another 5 belts. So that is 5 plus 8, 13 belts of green chips, and then we're going to require the green chips which go directly to the modules. Another 2 belts of green chips needs to go directly into modules. That's 15 belts of green chips. 15 belts of green chips, and then uh, 10 red chips and 4 blue chips things. Alright, let's go back to the game. Let me just load the old save, because we've been standing around without doing anything. How many red chips do you need if you hide the blue chips? I'll first quickly note down these things. I guess I'll just use the notepad. 8 times 1 green, 8 times blue consumes 1 green. Then 10 times red consumes half a green. Alright. And then 15 times green. And we can just make those already. Right, so of these red chips, 2.7 belts go into modules, looks like. Wait a second. Where is my module thing? Here's my module thing. Well, no, a little bit less. So if I ignore these blues, 2.408 of these will go into the different modules. All of the 3 modules require red chips, so that's going to be most of it. If we ignore red chips as well, this is just the module or the chips we need for the modules in this case. But we need to have the complete production of visible here. Right, if we compare this with science, actually I should let me add a couple things to this still, because we're gonna build not 1500 blue chips but 1512 with those setups. We're also gonna build 3.5 belts of these. What was it again? 945. 945, we have 8737. 9450 minus 8737. I think 713. 713. No, a bit more. We have 8660 apparently. $790. Right, we're almost done. We're almost done with the calculating stuff. Then we can start designing. The thing is, we need to know what we need to know the design specifications before we can start designing. Right, now it's coming together. We've got that 0.56 belts of blue chips, which consumes 8 belts of green. That is all in here. I need to add those because that will increase red and green chip consumption if we are producing all of these. So we just need to see, will it all still fit within the limit. As you can see, it just barely fits. The green chips is almost up to full 15 belts, so maybe I'll just build some extra green chips on top of that as well. Maybe just 16 setups of green chips, just to have enough of it. So 2700 and then a little bit more. Alright, so here we got it all in one view. So if we build 8 of those blue chip things, 10 of those red chip things, 16 green chip things, we will be able to make 50 modules per minute and have a leftover of basically this amount, 12 blue chips per minute. So we are basically consuming almost all of the blue chips, and we'll just have some extra red chips and green chips, which is okay. It is okay to overproduce these by a bit, because these things are going to have to flow to many different places in the factory. So it is just nice if I will need like 0.8 belts of green chips over here, 0.3 over there, instead of having to do exact divisions and 1 to 3 splitters everywhere. I can just take, okay, 1 belt of green chips goes to the 0.8, half belt of green chips goes to the 0.3, and I will have extra left over because I'm going to be producing 16 belts of green chips, and we're only going to need 13 belts of green chips for all of the science, even less. Yeah, we're going to need like 12.5 belts, so we have 3.5 belts of overproduction, which you can use to just make transporting the stuff around a bit easier, and also have basically the giant belt buffers, which will spread across the entire factory, will fill up very fast if we are just overproducing by a lot. So that's nice. Alright, so here we got it. This is the design specification. Alright, so I'm going to close all the other tabs. So this is the only one open. We can go back to the game. I will also quickly open the 10,000 or the 1000 signs per minute overview again, in case we're gonna need that. And so let's compare one more time. Now we need a lot less blue chips, 0.41, and we are going to produce 0.56. So that's like 25% more. We need 2.8 red chips, we're going to produce 3.5. We need 12.5 green chips, we're going to produce 16. So we're going to be producing a lot more than is actually required. But since the function of the 1000 signs per minute base is not just produce 1000 signs per minute, but it's also to produce extra modules, it is okay to overbuild that a bit, I feel. So that's what we're gonna do. Alright. Back to Factorio. Let's also play some Factorio instead of only Browsorio. Okay, now it is time for me to catch up then a bit with chat. Then we'll reload and we'll get to the design phase of red chips and whatnot. So let's have the old reactor with the things on the screen. Yeah, compare it with the science number. 56 blue bells of blue chips. Yeah, fortunately not. I'm actually not sure how much we're going to need for the science. I can of course quickly check that. It's very easy because we are going to need 0.41 bells of blue chips for 1000 signs, which means we're going to need like we're going to need more than 4 compressed bells, more than 4 compressed blue bells of blue chips for 10,000 signs, so that is going to be quite a bit. Yeah, don't sweat it, I had them left over. Oh, thanks Cabana, you took the #1 spot in the bits department. Just in a one go, basically. This indeed will also go to the YouTube VOD channel. Hydrate, distractions. Okay, here we are in distractions department. Mike cannot ignore chat if chat subscribes. You bastards! This needs more than 2 belts of copper. Okay, I think I mostly caught up. If you ask the question and I seem to ignore you, just ask it again. I probably just didn't see it. Alright. Am I on the right screen? I am on the right screen, it's a miracle. Right, here we go. Have you ever considered a multiplayer server? Yeah, we had one for a while, it's been a couple years ago already. I really should get one back up again, though in the meantime the Patreon grew quite a bit, so I'm not sure how well that would go now. But I guess if you get a good server you can play with a lot of people. Like the Spiffing Brit and Dosh Doshington have done playthroughs with like 100 or several hundreds of people online at the same time. So I guess we should be good with that. Alright, where's my assisting spider? This guy basically went on a trip to rescan all of this terrain. I just had the spider zigzag all this terrain to check for expansions. Looks like we didn't find any. No red blobs have popped up here. I'm not gonna check this area, we'll see that soon enough because I have raiders close by. And I guess here is not gonna be expansions either, since we've just been walking in a straight line. I think all of this is all of these are worms. I didn't kill all the worms because I didn't want to walk into a new chunk, especially to kill the worms, because that could generate new chunks and generate more biters. So the worms are alright, those don't generate expansions or biters or anything. So we're gonna be good in that regard. Right, I have to put the assisting spider back in the queue. This guy over here is gonna be following me, and the blue spider is gonna be following the assisty spider, and then we have a nice circle of spiders again. I'm just gonna take a couple of these just for the design process. Right, so I guess this is still my design area. I also have a design area up here, but this is more for like if we do large builds, maybe to fit all of those things together later, how that will fit. We can do it with the ghost placements in this design area. So basically these are just expensive radars which don't get in the way of your build. You can just build underneath them. And you don't need to supply power or anything, this area just will be visible all the time. So these are just like spiders that we picked up from the chest and just plopped down. If you do that around radars, it can be annoying if, like, say a belt goes exactly here and you paste it on top, and yeah, now it's everything is messed up. So we're gonna use these expensive radars for that. But for the actual design process of just one belt of red chips, we're just gonna do that over here, I think. So let's draw in some power. I guess yeah, I guess it's back to. I closed all those things again. Not great. One more time, we're back here. So again, we need to design blue chips, and we need to design red chips. If I remember the values correctly, blue chips was 189 and red chips was 945. Yeah, 945. Right, we'll start with red chips. So we're gonna assume we have the plastics, and we're just gonna make the assembler area which makes the copper wire for red chips. One belt of copper wire, and we're going to need assemblers for red chips. If we use a double beacon setup, like 2 lines of beacons, we're going to need 13 red chip assemblers. 12.27 actually. Right, so that's going to look something like so. That is 13, I think. 13. Red chip assemblers. And those all have to be beaconed. I should use the copy paste function more here, instead of hand filling all of these all the time. Yeah, one of these guys has a bunch of beacons. Just to get rid of the blinking, I'll place some temporary substations around. Alright, so this is 13, but we don't quite need 13. If we look over here again, here, we see we need only 12 and a quarter. So we could try if we speed up the last one. So let's open this. Let's say 11 of these have only 8 beacons, but if the last one, if we isolate the last one, this guy has to speed up to produce, basically to produce the rest of the red chips with only one assembler. So we add more beacons. This does not work, I need to do this first. Right, so now if I increase these beacons, this number of assemblers will go down. place 2 extra beacons. I think we cannot really place more than 2 extra beacons. So we cannot quite speed up the last assembler enough. Alright, then let's try a different method. So yeah, the idea was, let me just come back here. I could basically just do this, add 2 extra beacons to the last assembler, and now this guy runs at crafting speed 6.75 instead of 5.5. So those 2 extra beacons speed up the last assembler, but that still is not enough. I could also do that at the front, but we also need to make copper wire here. So now we're going to try something different. We're going to try to keep these 13 assemblers, but we may be able to get rid of one or two beacons at the end here. So let's go back in here. Alright, so instead of isolating the last single one, let's open this again in a new tab. Let's say we have 10 of these producing, or 10 of these are under the influence of 8 beacons. So we're just going to delete those. Alright, so now we have 3 assemblers remaining. Let's deduct one more. Let's say 11 of those. Same like last time then, basically. 11 of those are working under 16 beacons. Now we have 2 assemblers left over to do the job of only 1.2 assemblers, so we can get away with less beacons for those. So let's see if we cut off the last beacon. If we cut off these 2 beacons over here, then all of these will still be running on 16 speed modules, 8 beacons, except the last one. This last one will only run on 6 beacons, so 12 speed modules. And since we are doing this job for 2 assemblers, we need to take the average. So one is running on 12 modules, one is running on 16 modules, so we just plop this down to 14. That is still within the margin. Alright, back to the game. What if we cut off yet another one? So now this guy is running on only 8 speed modules. This guy is running on only 12 speed modules. And all of these, the remaining 11, are running on 16 speed modules. So we have 12 and 8. So then we got to go down to 10. If this value stays under 2 assemblers, when this beacon number goes down to 10, the setup is okay. 1.932. Alright, so that is quite literally as spot on as we want to be. Okay, then this would work. So this is alright then. All of these work on 8 beacons. This one works on 6 beacons. This one works on 4 beacons. That's going to be barely fast enough to produce the 0.35 belts of red chips that we want to get out of this. It will easily be able to consume the full belt of green chips because it's slightly faster than that. Alright, then we gotta look at copper wire. You also have to produce copper wire here at the beginning. Let me check. It looks a little bit weird though, with the assemblers sticking out further than the beacons, but I guess that's the way it's gonna be. Okay, now we gotta check the copper wire. Again, this we did now, we can close this tab. This is the setup for one of those red chip builds which we are now designing. Half belt of greens, half belt of plastics, 1 belt of copper wire. So we need a way to reliably output a belt of copper wire. And we need to know how many assemblers we need. This is easy, there's only 2 assemblers in general, so we don't need to do any of those isolating tricks. This looks to me like one assembler can run on only 6 beacons. So 1 on 8, 1 on 6. Again, we just delete 1 beacon, and they run on average 7 beacons. It's still plenty fast enough. If they would both run on 6 beacons, it would still be fast enough. 6 and 4 is not going to be fast enough. Yeah, then we need 2.2. So yeah, let's go back up. So it looks like if both of those run on 6 beacons only, that is going to be fast enough. Then we can do something dumb. My favorite thing to do, I guess. Am I back in this game? I'm back in the game. Then we can just misalign these assemblers. So normally you should not build this way, because now this assembler is only being reached by these 3 beacons, and the next beacons are just out of range. This one is not reaching the assemblers. This one is not reaching the assemblers. So it's only like 3 beacons on each side, but that's exactly what we need. So that is kind of fun. We also could do something like, no, actually let's keep that far away. We can do some, that may actually work out well, because we can do some proper belt balancing stuff. Okay, so it's nice that these work at the same speed, because then I can fill up 1/2 of the belt with this guy. Let's say something like this. I can fill up the far side of the belt with this guy, and I can fill up the near side of the belt with this guy. The thing is, this is not gonna work, I don't think. Okay, we're gonna make a save. I'm going to test that. Test copper. In general, it will not work to create a reliable compressed belt if you output directly on that belt. Even if the assembler is fast enough, the inserter swings are just gonna mess you up. So actually, I'm just gonna copy this for now. Just put it in my blueprint book for now. We're gonna load that editor thing, so I can speed up the game a bit faster. Oh, thanks for the hydrate reminder. Right, I guess. Oh, this was the design phase with the clocking and all that kind of stuff. I guess we don't need it anymore. Let's just go over here. This editor extensions mod has this lab tiles and this super substations which just grant power to an enormous area. So it works a little bit nicer than the normal editor. Now I can just grab this blueprint, which I just threw in there. Let's also just delete it now. But we can do a test here. So basically this is just gonna have access to copper at a fast enough speed. And we just gotta I just want to see, is this belt gonna be compressed or not? So we'll just do this before we delete everything. Right, then we just play. Let's also do this. Okay, now they are both they both can run non-stop basically. Copper is always getting in there. And I'll switch on the gaps. The visualization of the gaps in the transport lines. As you can see, there are currently no gaps, so it looks to be like a full belt, but here you can see what happened. This third inserter let go of its last copper wire, but it was not enough to fill up the belt. It swung back to pick up more copper wire, but by that time it was too late. So outputting directly on the belt is not reliable. If you rely on a full belt, you cannot use this method. And we are relying on a full belt. Basically any small gap will cause to less than a full belt of copper wire. So it's going to be a problem because our design is relying on a full belt of copper. So we got to be able to supply a full belt of copper. So this is no good. This gap is just going to cause problems. So we need to do something else. I guess we can just quickly design this in here so we can see if it works or not. So one reliable thing we could do is side loading, like we're doing here. Basically, this belt buffer how do I explain this? This belt buffer catches those small leaps that the inserter is not outputting. It's almost like using a buffer chest which automatically outputs on the belt. This belt forms a small buffer of like 4 to 6 cables in this case. We could probably do even better if we just do something like so. Like 2 inserters is just not enough to keep up. No, wait. I'm talking bull crap. What I'm saying is not right. We need to. This has no effect at all, as you can clearly see. What I need to do is I need to be outputting on 2 sides of a belt, basically, like so. This is probably going to be fast enough. So basically, make sure I have extra space to output this. And you can basically see how it works. This output gets preferred, and this is just the extra output. And now you can see slowly what happens. So every time this inserter lets go, the belt is a little bit underfilled. The belt is a little bit underfilled, but it's not a problem because it is not being used all the time. And the inserter has enough time to put new copper wire on the belt before it is required again. And that leads to a fully compressed belt. That is what we should do. Right, so this could be one part of the design. We need to do the same for this thing. So here we also want to be outputting on 2 sides of a belt. I guess that's going to be fairly easy. We can just do something like so. Alright, and now we can see the backup thing working. This inserter has enough time to grab and put stuff on the far side of the belt. And how longer this belt is, the better. If it's only like 1 tile, it still could happen that the inserter takes too much time to back pressure these copper cables against the side loading of this belt. But if I do this now, and I just output this into a chest over here with one of these nice loaders, I think we should see. Does this fit? 2700. Let's just do 1 minute. I'll delete this. We'll do 1 minute of production. And since the capacity of this belt is 2700 items a minute, We should see exactly 2700 items in here at the end of this minute. So I'm just speeding up time a bit. Okay, this is exactly 2700. Let's see, 13 stacks, 26, and half a stack, 27. Let's do that again. We should end up at 5400. Alright, this is 5400. 5000 and 2 stacks is 5400. Looks like we can do it for 10 minutes, then we should have 27,000. And that's not gonna fit, is it? Okay, 27,000 is not gonna fit. Alright, no, it is reliable enough. I did 2 minutes, it was right on the spot every time. I can do 5 minutes, 2700 by 5, 13,500. As fast as we can. Uh, 10,000. Number of seconds is not 5 minutes. Yeah, I was pretty sure I did something wrong. Yeah. Alright. 3600 ticks for 1 minute. I should multiply this by 5. 18,000. Mathing and process. Alright, so 13,500 is the number of items we should end up with, right? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 5. Alright, to the last thing. That means this is reliable to output. This is a reliable way to output, basically. Right, so let's blueprint this back. I will put that in the book and we'll just load the game. I don't need to save this. Yeah, I had the wrong number there. We should end up with 13,500 instead of 13,500 ticks. Right, so I guess now we need to check if that actually fits in here. Alright, of course we don't have infinity chests, unfortunately. I guess if I want to make it look a bit better, I could do something like this. Yeah, I want to keep this backed up a bit better though. Oh yeah, we're gonna keep that here. This was the guy which was used last, so this is gonna have to keep constant back pressure. 1, 2, 3, 4 belts, that's like 16 copper wire pushing against here. That is probably gonna be enough. Here we need only 1 output as well. Alright, so that is our copper wire belt. Let me place some lights here as well. Alright, that's the belt of copper wire. Reliable as we need to have it. We also need the belt of copper to supply this over here. Saying something like this is going to be okay. We need less than half a belt of copper to supply these to supply these 2 copper wire assemblers. So this is definitely going to be fast enough. We should put this guy on here as well. Alright, and then means we can have plastics and green chips. Come over like so. Just thinking about the design a bit, and not really like how it looks just yet. Thing is, I'm probably going to have to integrate power lines in the design as well. So perhaps I do want to keep a little bit of space for that. Because substations on the outside is just not going to work, because we want to copy this design down here again. So we're going to have to integrate the power as well. Yeah, so we have to keep that in mind. How about doing something more nice looking? Okay, now this is still the same. This powers all of these, this could power this inserter. All of these beacons are powered, so that's good. Let me actually get rid of these then, just to check how it's going. Now it's daytime again anyway. Right, so everything is powered here. Alright, so now we gotta do the input and output game. We also have to... Okay, that's gonna be a problem if I do this. I don't have space on this side to input and output. So I'm gonna have to do that on the other side then. Oh, that's okay then, I guess. We can just input on this side green chips and copper wire. That could be it, really. Alright, and then here, inputs. Do I even need stack inserter? 6 seconds for a recipe, crafting speed 5.5. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with stack inserters. I guess we gotta be inserting here though. And we gotta be outputting. Let's use some blue inserters for the output. Outputting on a red belt in that case. Okay, so something like that. This is not going to end up as nice as I wanted to. Basically the last inserter is not going to be powered like so. This looks horrible. It's getting night again. Yeah, this is not looking great really. I do like the zigzag pattern and the green inserters here. So at least that part is nice. Blue outputs. I don't like this last power line though. Also, I just realized another problem. Got a problem with the output here. If we are outputting all of the chips on a red belt, it's not going to be fast enough because we need 0.35 blue belts of output, which is more than 0.333, which means a red belt cannot handle that on one side. We need to output on both sides of the red belt over here. Substation on the inside is also possible indeed. It would not be too hard to do just a substation right here. That covers the first part and would also make for a nice connection point. It would make for a nice connection point to the outside power stuff later on. Maybe I can do another substation on this side as well to power this last guy. I mean, I do have space for substations in the southern area here as well, just in general. We do substations on the south. Alright, let me first solve this problem of the red chip output thing. Okay, now we get into trouble because I'm not using a flat 8 beacons per assembler. I was thinking if I reduce this to only 12 factories, 0.343, that is more than half a red belt. If I change this to red belt, you can see that. 0.514 red belts. Alright, let's first copy this a bit and see how we end up. There's always the possibility of having the last assembler do some side loading. So then the last assembler is not outputting on that side. You can also have this assembler output on this side. That may make this part look a bit nicer as well. Actually, if I just do this on a red belt as well. I guess we can just be side loading a blue belt here. Okay, now all of this is laying on the same side. Thanks CTX Tigger for the 4th month subscription. Beeboop. Beeboop, here it is. Another Friday Facts reader. This uses an unnecessary splitter though, so don't really like that. Although I have heard, but I'm not sure, I've heard using a splitter in terms of UPS, using a splitter is not all that much different from side loading. It kinda uses the same calculation power, but I'm not completely sure about that. How can I get all of this on one side guaranteed? I mean, I could do something like this with output priority. That won't work though. Some of them are still gonna go straight if they come at the same moment. Or are they? No, this is all laying on the far side. Right, is this important? I'm not sure yet. Maybe we'll figure that out a little bit later. For now, let's just do this. So if I use only 11 of these, that's for sure gonna drop below half a red belt. Comfortably so. So that means the inserter won't have trouble keeping up. Now we cannot do that cool substation over here though. I kind of want to stretch this out a little bit. Yeah, that looks a bit weird. The idea is good though. Right, so now we got these open belts a bit. So we can actually see what's flowing on the belts. Still should be good. This takes from the blue belt and takes from the blue belt. This outputs on the red belt, outputs on the red belt. So even though it looks a bit confusing, it still should work alright. Okay, do I want to go substation? Wait, that is not working. No, I think I'm just gonna close this down. Okay, substations on the top line are out of the question. I think we'll just do the no substation thing. It's a nice open view of what is happening. That powers everything to here. This is good as well. So then we don't need to worry about substations. So this theoretically should be good. We just make the output belt blue. That is probably true, actually. Yeah, let's get rid of this. Alright, so let's think a bit. Here comes the plastics and green chips. We need a blue belt for that, but after we've done 2/3 of these, we only need a yellow belt still. So technically we could be using yellow belts here. Just switch the and do this as well then. We can just switch this over to yellow belt with no problems at all. using yellow belt and the 1000 signs per minute base. Is this correct though? We don't need to worry about near or far side of the belt priority since we're using a mixed belt. The inserters are gonna just take obviously the same amount of plastics compared to green chips. So both belts are gonna be the same amount of empty. If we switch this like so, we can then upgrade the output belt to blue, like so. Now these 3 assemblers can output on a blue belt, which is gonna solve that problem as well. And then we can just do this. This belt can stop over here as well. I kinda like that. I cannot switch to red because the red out belt goes here, so you need to switch to a third color to mix these up without going left and right. The question is, these 3 assemblers are slower as well anyway, but even if they were not slower, if these were just 3 assemblers, they would still need less than half a belt. Let's set it to yellow belts, believe it or not. Yellow belts. Even 3 assemblers at full speed do not need half a belt of green chips and plastics, so we're gonna be good on that. So this should work. This is our. I guess it's only fitting to have a tricolore. If we're doing green, red, and blue chips, the tricolore of Factorio chips. We should be using the tricolore of Factorio belts as well. Now I want Now I want a third inserter color as well. I could do yellow inserters, but the thing is they take more UPS than blue inserters because they are swinging for a longer amount of time. So I don't really want to do that. I think this is fine. I could do like stack filter inserters, but I don't really feel like doing that. I think it is time to put this bad boy to the test and see how it performs. Okay, I kinda like this design so far. Alright, so if I want to do the mirror thing, I can mirror it on the top. Or maybe we just won't mirror, maybe we'll just put all of them in series. Right, that's to decide for later. For now, I'm going to save this. See, there's test red chips. Alright, so we go into edit mode again. Pause the timer. Now we need to set up some of the stuff. So this is actually going to be how it's going to be in the game as well. Also we have these simpler infinity loaders here. Not so simple that they can side load the belt though, so we still have to do this. One with this, one... Okay, this is going to be... Oh, no, wait. We are going to run into problems, because this is not plastics, this is copper wire. This is not gonna work. Oh, that sucks. Okay, I'll test it anyway, but it's not gonna work. Now we're gonna run into inserter near side of the belt preference problems. The downfall of many a megabase. The last 3 assemblers need less than 1 yellow belt of copper wire. That is correct. The problem is all of these inserters, they prefer drawing from the near side of the belt, which means the near side of the belt is going to be empty by the time it switches to yellow, and only copper wire is going to be on the far side of the belt, and that means we don't have half a yellow belt, or we don't have 1 yellow belt of copper wire, we will only have half a yellow belt of copper wire, and that's not going to be enough for 3 assemblers. We're gonna need 0.7 belts. Actually, I have the wrong amount of beacons. Maybe it will work. Let me just quickly count. This is 16 speed modules, 12 and 8. So on average we're running 12 speed modules. And it's not gonna work. Probably not gonna work reliably. So I've now lowered this to 12 modules on average. We have one with 8, one with 12 and one with 16 for these last 3 assemblers. And that's going to require just over half a belt of copper wire. So even if it does seem to work in the short term, I still do not really want to rely on it for like 10 hours of production without missing a beat, basically. But yeah, let's try anyway. Infinity chest. Save surgery test. Alright, so here it comes. Yeah, it looks like I will need to shift that then. Right, we can already see this is backing up now. And this assembler is having trouble getting the copper cable it needs. Let's just speed it up a bit. Alright, actually it does not seem to be too bad. Alright, so 0.35 belt belts of red chips. It was 945 a minute. This chest fits. Okay, I'm just gonna make a blueprint of this for now. And we'll just plop it in there. Let's load the editor save here. I'll make a separate save just in case. I'll just delete this. Here we can speed it up a bit more without running into problem. Okay, so let's speed it up a bit. Alright, so now we have a good intermediate point. Everything is probably as backed up as it's gonna get. So let's do 10 minutes of production. That should lead to 9,450 red chips, if I'm not mistaken. So here we go. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. This is 9,400. This should be 50 chips, 50 red chips. Okay, it does seem to be working. Let's do one more. 10 minutes is a decent interval to check these things on. And now we got 49. It could be just a rounding error. If it's just a rounding error, we should get 51 on one of these next tests. Alright, we got 51. I guess the setup works correctly then. I guess the setup works correctly then. Okay, then we don't need to make changes. I'm still not really... I'm not really liking this stuff. I'm going to move the belt one tile forward just to be safe. So yeah, basically if I do this and this, and we only have two assemblers grabbing off yellow belt. That should do the trick. The thing is, I do want to keep this nice pattern going. Alright, let's load. I'm getting mixed up in my colors here. How many red belts of output? This is 0.35 blue belts. Exactly 0.35. And that's limited by the input belts. Basically, one belt of copper wire with half belt of greens and plastic turns into exactly 0.35 belts of red chips. Basically, it's 0.25 plus 40% productivity bonus. That's 0.35. Wait. Oh yeah, I loaded the wrong save. Alright, so I can shift this whole thing one tile forward. And it still should work. Let me check. We are picking off a blue belt, picking off the blue belt, outputting on the red belt. This just copy, copy, copies. Picking off the blue belt. That turns into yellow here, so these two are picking off the yellow belt. That's alright. And these are outputting on the red belt, which turns blue here. That's okay as well. So now we have 11 assemblers. 11 assemblers outputting with 16 modules. Yeah, that is less than one yellow belt. That means it's less than half a red belt. So 11 of those can output like so. That is not a problem. Switch this back to blue. Alright, I think that's gonna work. Alright, but as any... if you make a change to your design, you need to test it again. So here we go, blueprint, load. This thing, I should make a save now, actually, because I made a separate save. Yeah, slightly more than half a red belt, which was the entire problem indeed. Okay, now we grab this blueprint again. Okay, so now definitely we did not make it worse. This is just gonna be... this is gonna be even better because it switches to yellow belt later. Now we need to check though, is this gonna be a problem with the output over here? Probably not, but change to the design, so we need to do another test. Okay, this is a red loader. Or is it? No, it is not. It is just a loader here. Copper. Green chips and plastics. That's gonna be it. That's gonna go into a chest again. Okay, let's play it on a lot speed to get the system backed up as much as we can. Alright, the thing is, unlike here, the output inserters should always be able to find space, and this machine should never back up really. That is what we are going for. So this is the last machine outputting on red belt. If this machine never backs up, and it doesn't even get like... Okay, I saw one time at 2 chip, it doesn't even get one above 1 chip inside, so it's looking good. It's looking like this machine will never back up, and that is the new point of failure in the system. Okay, again, then we'll do a pause, remove, and we'll do another 10-minute test. Should again be, okay, 9450 if I switch this off. So again, there's 8000, 9000, 50 red chips in this tile. Alright, 49. I guess that asks for another test. Oh god. It's probably fine. I gotta do 2 tests in a line, or else the average things doesn't work. Let's just do like 20-minute test. A 20-minute test. So that is gonna be 10. This is 20,000. It's 18,000. And 450, so 900. So this tile should get 100 red chips. Come on, give me 100. 99, I knew it. One more time. Now we're gonna get 101 there. Give me 101. $102. We are one chip ahead of schedule, boys. One chip ahead of schedule after 40 minutes of uninterrupted production. So yeah, that is working. It is working as intended. It is working perfectly. Right, you get those very small variations due to when the bonuses trigger and all that kind of stuff. But as long as you have one below and one over, the average is good, right? So we're gonna say this works. I did no changes to the blueprint. Let's just save this one more time, because then at least there is something in the save. And then we go back to our actual save. Alright, red chip design finished. The only thing that is not finished is, so we have copper cable here. Green chips we have in that other area, which is already finished design. The only thing we still need to design is plastics, but I'm going to do basically just a big plastic build for all of these 10 columns. So basically what we are going to have in the end is just this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And this is our entire red chip build for the 1000 signs per minute base. Basically 10 stacks of red chips fed by 5 belts of green chips, 5 belts of plastics, and I believe 4 belts of copper for the copper cable. But now this is the size of the thing. So this is why we have this area, because we're gonna have huge builds and I can just paste this on top of the spider without it getting in the way, which is not the case if you have things like raiders over here. Then you get this raider in the way, no matter how you build it. So you need to start building it in between, but if you have large builds, that's going to be annoying, etc, etc. So we just have this spider stuff over here. As a matter of fact, you can just take this blueprint. It is the same one, right? Ah, no, we need to... I forgot to... Yeah, I did not save anymore after I moved it forward. Right, this is the change I made. Just move it one tile forward. Grab, put. Put, grab for blue, and 2 on yellow, this on red, and yeah, this was how it was. So this we can delete. We can actually make a red chip blueprint now, and this is probably something we also can reuse later. I like to have the belts stick out just a little bit. So now we're just going to make this as a blueprint. Red chips. Forgot how I made the other one. Ah, like this. Okay, this is not really going to work with the numbers. So we're not producing a belt of reds, we are consuming a belt of greens. Or half a belt of greens. I guess we'll just put it in the title. 0.35 belts of red from 0.5 belts of red. 0.35 belts of red from 1 belt of copper wire, half a belt of greens, half a belt of plastics. Alright, then next week I still will know what this was for and what it's supposed to receive and what it's supposed to output. Alright. And that's also what I wanted to do is I wanted to stamp the green chips here as well. We're gonna have 16 of those. I think I'll do it from the map view. 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. Is that enough? That's only 14. I think I misstamped the last one. Alright, that's 16 stacks. Okay, now we just let's put it in horizontal for now because that is the way our screen is oriented. So 16 belts of greens and 10 partial belts of red. That's what we have now. Now we just need to design the blue stuff. Then we need to design the oil stuff. And that's gonna be it for the red, green and blue chip area. Of course, then we still gotta build it. We gotta find the location. We gotta build the smelters and stuff. And the miners. We gotta figure out how much we need, how much miners we need, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, red chips done. Let's save them. Red chip design complete. Solarboy, yeah, I think you caught what I already caught now, yeah? In this save you haven't moved the yellow belts over yet, yeah. You are absolutely correct. Alright, that was red chips. Blue chips. I guess we'll need the same row of beacons. Just to start it. Again, I'll just do the substations on the outside. Just to start off. Okay, blank slate. It is time for the blue chip area. There we also made units which consume a full belt of green chips. It looks like we are consuming more, but that's not the case. It's because I have not been ignoring red chips, which also eat up some green chips. So if we ignore red chips, all of the green chips, one full belt, it's all going into blue chips. And in fact we can ignore both the requirements for red and green chips because those are already made in a separate area. So what do we need? We need basically this. So we are again starting with a 16 speed module build, 8 beacons. Alright, this is interesting. We need just over 4 assemblers. I am pretty sure if... let's see. Yeah, that drops by quite a bit if I just go up by 1. Right, so this is... what if I put 1 extra beacon on one of these 4 assemblers? Will it drop below 4? So 1 extra beacon is 2 extra speed modules. That means I should be able to just do 16.5 here, right? And that drops under 4. Alright, let me actually check if I have that correct. So we have 3 times 16, which is 48 speed modules affecting the first 3 assemblers. But then the last one is affected by by 18, and that on average is indeed 16.5. Alright, so that is correct. That's interesting. Alright, so basically that's gonna look something like this then. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't need all this garbage. It's gonna be a bit shorter. Oh yeah, we do have the sulfuric acid thing in the middle. How is power consumption? We're at about 1.5 gigawatts. Non-stop, basically. So yeah, we still have only the base and then these two areas for module production and solar panel accumulator production. So the tileable nuclear plant is still easily keeping up with demands for now. But I think once we start building this area which we're designing now, we're going to have to increase the power plant, finally, for the first time. Right, blue chips. So all of these are affected by 16 speed modules. We need the last one to be affected by 18 speed modules, and that should be fast enough. This is not gonna be very viable though. I think I need to... Okay, if I do this, this may be easier. It is important that none of these assemblers are exactly aligned with the beacons, because if they are, they're only gonna get like 6 beacons effects, and if they are misaligned, it has 8 beacons affecting them. So we gotta keep them misaligned with the beacon. So this would be bad. This guy is affected by all beacons, but this guy is affected by only 6 beacons. This would be an option as well. Let's try something. I think we gotta do something like this. The problem with this is it's gonna be too hard to get the sulfuric acid inside. We're gonna need pipes basically everywhere. And then we have no more space for inserters. Another option we could do is probably this. Something like this would work as well. But this is quite messy. So we could do inputs on one side like so for the green chips, and then output on the other side with this belt weaving, similar to red chips. Red chips and blue chips are low volume, so that could easily be done on a single belt. This is a lot of pipes though. I'm not sure I like this, how this looks. Maybe it's not too bad. And we still can do the last beacon for the last assembler like so. So maybe it's alright. I want to see what I can do with this though. This actually is going to have to be quite far apart. It's gonna have a larger footprint than this setup actually. These are not aligned, these are not aligned. Maybe it's gonna be this one. Like this, it's gonna be a bit cleaner with the pipes. We can just do this instead of this contraption. So we're still consuming the same belt of green chips. We also need to do this then, at the end. We do have space to output on this side as well, actually. Oh yeah, one of the worst features in Factorio. Inserters take modules from the beacons. They just put them out on the floor on the belt and you will lose them forever. I don't know why that is a feature. They don't do it with assemblers, obviously. So I really have no idea why that is part of the game. I kinda like how this is starting to look. I guess this should be the red chip input belt then, in that case. We can just neatly output blue chips below on a blue belt, obviously. Yeah, right, this is not gonna be it, man. This is too messy in terms of pipes. Let's get rid of it. Maybe we can make this more compact even. This guy has no other output. Yeah, never mind. Let's just keep it. Let's just keep all the builds regular. It's nice if it looks a little nice as well, instead of only being as compact as possible. So I guess let's output the blue chips with a blue inserter on a blue belt. That kind of makes thematic sense. So we don't need any of that stuff. This is a very beaconable or a very substationable setup. Two lights in the middle, I guess that is perfect. And blue chips just come magically out of this area over here. So we got red chips coming in on a red belt, and we got blue chips coming out on a blue belt. And if it was Factorio 2.0, we could input green chips on a green belt, which is going to be faster than blue if I understand correctly. Unfortunately, it's not that far just yet, so we'll have to wait for that. But this could be blue chips, as simple as this. Could even do like a thing in the middle where could be doing a thing in the middle with the pipes, so the sulfuric acid flows through as well. But I'm not sure I want to. We're gonna get the same mess again, as I just tried to avoid. I do not want to open this belt up for this pipe. I mean, it is possible I could just do this. But that does not look so nice at all. So let's not do that. Back with the lights. I think this would work well as a mirrored setup though. And blue chips could just combine like so even then. Alright, but I just gotta test this setup first. Before anything else really. We could have one of those at the front. At the front entrance of every setup. Does this still scale then? Okay, this pipe still reaches. So that could be possible. Yeah, I think that's not too bad. Then just at one of these points this has got to come in, maybe even from the top here. Yeah, this is looking pretty nice. Should I do something dumb like this? Oh god, what else did I Control Z? Okay, let's just test this. Blue chip. Alright, so this setup is geared to consume one full belt of green chips. Oh, hydrate, thanks hypercoder. Probably already another hydration echo. It looks pretty, but your belts are mixed up. Input pipes on the bottom got Control Z. Ah yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think so. Thanks. That's very probably what it was. Please check output and input is wrong. Input, 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 input. Input. Oh, wait. Yeah. You guys are correct, of course, obviously. Kinda like that blue chips output here though. Maybe I'll switch that around. No, let's not switch it around. It does not really matter how this is coming in. For now, let's just do it like so. We'll decide how the input is gonna look later. So those are the two. Those are the inputs of red chips and green chips. Alright, now we can save it. I guess we'll just make a blueprint again, so we can take this design to the editor map. Thanks Chrome 1686 for the third month subscription. The chat is all knowing. Sometimes chat is all knowing, and sometimes It is just distractions, but most of the time it's, yeah, most of the time you guys catch my mistakes. Blueprint over here. Okay, this is still on hyperspeed. Alright. Again, we gotta do this setup thing. A green chipper and a red chipper. And of course we also need a pipe with sulfuric acid. And then we gotta load our blue chips in a chest so we can count them again. Alright, let's just first press play and see what happens. Oh, it is looking pretty. Okay, we may actually not have enough inserter capacity. This guy may not be fast enough inserting the chips in here to keep this guy running at all times. So we got a small gaps in there. That is not great. It means this is, yeah, this is not moving all the time. So that's kind of bad. That looks like we're gonna need more inserters. Alright, so what if we just switch this around? No, we cannot just really, no, we cannot simply solve that. Right. Fourth time. Alright, so this is a problem because these green inserters are not fast enough to input all the 20 electronic circuits we need. Even though the crafting recipe is 10 seconds, we are running at crafting speed 6, so it only takes like 1.5 seconds per blue chip. And we're not getting all the green chips in there in time. So I think we basically need to, let's just get rid of half of this setup, because we can just mirror it again. Let's just put down a super substation. Alright, so what I want to do then basically is we need to... I can keep this design if I switch the sulfuric acid output pipe to the other side. Then we can simply add another inserter and that should finish. That should do the job. Maybe even like so. I guess it's gonna stay like that. Put the light on the other side. If I do this and I mirror it, will the pipes connect? Pipes connect. Right, so the pipes are long enough to connect anyway. Would be nice if this was in the middle though. If it's in the middle, it's always going to be long enough. I guess we'll just test a single side. Alright, so probably not for this case. DQM Sam asks, why mix blue and green inserts and not just use green except for cost reasons? So if assemblers get very fast, which is not the case here, but like for like half-second recipes it can happen that it gets very fast. These inserters, they are always going to be looking to grab 12 items off a belt before they insert it into the assembler. And once the machine is very fast, the input count here is going to be high enough so that the inserter doesn't. There's going to be enough green chips in here so that the inserter does not activate yet. And by the time the inserter starts, notices the green chips has dropped below a certain threshold, it's going to start looking for chips. But if the assembler is very fast, it can be that this guy takes more time to search for 12 items off the belt than it takes for the assembler to run out of inputs, so the assembler will be idle for a time. And if you have an inserter which has a smaller number in here, that can catch that. So if you do this, they're both going to be searching for 12 items on the belt before they input it into the assembler, which means the assembler can run out if it's running faster than usual. So yeah, with a limit of only 3 inserts, it's gonna just search for only 3 products instead of 12, so it will insert faster, and that can keep the assembler going for just the right amount of time. We're gonna run into this, maybe in vanilla it's not so much the case, I don't know, I didn't investigate this in vanilla this much, but in Warptorio, with the warp beacon you can get to ridiculous speeds, and there it definitely happens. Sometimes it happens that you can just set this one to 6. You need to experiment with it a little bit sometimes to get the values which work for the specific set of circumstances. But yeah, it definitely can be a factor. So that would be one reason to do it. The other reason is this looks nice and symmetric. The green ones, if you look at the design, the green ones are quite sick boys compared to the sleek blue ones. So if you have a row of these, that looks way more bulky than just a row of these. Looks more elegant. So yeah, I guess it's up to the person, but this, I think it looks nice. This pattern of blue inserters with one green in the middle. Why not? Let's try it. So you can see this guy's animation for picking stuff off the belt is way longer than this guy's. This guy just grabs and puts, whereas this guy just collects, and it can take a pretty long time. Right, now it looks like the belt is running all the time. At the first visual inspection, no more of these stoppings, so that is looking positive. Then we know we need to produce 189 per minute. I guess now is as good as a moment as any to pause the timer, delete this, and we'll run I guess we'll just run 10 minutes because it's easy. So that's 1890 blue chips. So we're gonna do that. So I'm just gonna speed up the game again. 1890, so it's gonna be 1890 in this specific slot over here. A quick 10-minute test in a couple of seconds. Alright, I cannot see it. 91, okay, that's good. So that's one more than expected. Let's see if we do it another time. So now we should get 89 then, on average. Alright, we get the exact amount. Right, let's do a 5 times longer test. $180,000 ticks. That means we should get 5 times 1890 in here. And while that runs, I have enough time to calculate how much that should be. So let's say 5 times 1900. 20,000. Okay, I'm just gonna... Looks like I'm getting tired. I'm just gonna type it in the calculator. 100. This times 5. 9450. Okay, Mike. So this tile should be on 50 at the end of this test. And that's 50 minutes, 50 minutes of production simulated. So it should be no more than 1 off in either direction, ideally. And if it reaches 9450, we can be pretty sure that the entire green chip belt is consumed. Alright, exactly the amount we were looking for. Alright, so this works. We've got ourselves our blue chip setup. So let's do this. Then we can make the blueprint. And that is blue chips. How did I do red chips? Something like so, I think. I think I should just do something like this. And then describe it. 189 blue chips per minute. Consumes 2700 green chips per minute. And I guess 270 red chips a minute. Since we need 20 of these and 2 reds, so that should be like so. So we can delete the old one, that was not working. We've got the new one here now. So let's load back into the actual save. Yeah, the green inserters look physically different than the blue ones. I also first thought it was just the color, I just assumed that, but then I looked at them up close. I first noticed this was wider, but depending on the orientation apparently. These have the double arm as well, but in the southern orientation it's much more visible. Due to the perspective, I guess. Alright, so now we can put this guy in our blueprint book as well. Let's change this guy to be only a red chip. I guess I should call this 945. And then we should call this... I don't know how many belts of blue chips this is actually. 2700 divided by 189. It's not going to be very accurate, is it? Oh, the other way around. $189 over 2700. Oh no, that's exactly 0.07. 0.07 belts of blue chips per minute. 189. Right, we've got the three building blocks, the three main building blocks of our system, the red chips, the green chips and the blue chips. So how many did I need again? I guess I threw away that save. I'm pretty sure I did some markers over here, but I guess I deleted that save somehow. If I remember correctly, it was 8. 8 blue, 10 of these, 16 of these. Belts per minute. Ah, yeah. This is the other thing, a minute. These are accelerating blue belts, alright? It accelerates by 0.07 blue belts per minute. It's getting time for a break. Alright, that makes more sense. Okay, now I cannot see it in the title screen of blues. And now I've got the visual information in the title, which is visible on the preview here, so that is nice. 0.35 belts, total 945 per minute. 0.07 belts, 189 per minute. Right. Why is this going like so? That's a good question. Wait, did I update? Yeah, the blueprint is updated. I guess I just gotta delete this part. One, two. I guess we'll do pairs as well. 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, then we've got the complete build over here. Except for the oil stuff. The oil stuff still needs to be designed. But the sulfuric acid is going to be quite easy, I think. We don't need a lot of sulfuric acid for blue chips. Probably even not for this quantity of blue chips. Plastics is going to be pretty big though. So we may need like another build for plastics as well, but this is the initial blue chip build. 2300 belts, 400 undergrounds, that's a lot of stuff already. 2000 modules in total. 500 beacons, 2000 modules, 300 assemblers. Yeah, a lot of stuff. Alright. So I guess I can just make a temporary blueprint. 1k SPM slash 50 mod 3 per minute. So this is the amount of stuff we need to make either 1000 signs per minute or 50 Mark III modules per minute. It's a little bit too much for 1000 signs per minute, but that's alright. Alright, so I'm gonna add that to my blueprint book as well. That's the whole tricolor. So we got 3 building blocks. Green chips, a belt of green chips, and then these things consume a belt of green chips, or half a belt. Right. Alright then. Then we just delete this again, and we are back to where we started. With nothing. Just a couple of designs further into the playthrough. But this is a very important step. It's probably the hardest one to work out, especially in combination with the dual functionality between 1000 signs per minute and the Mark III modules alternative production line, which we want to set up from that. So yeah, I think that was the hard part of this stream over as well. Now we just gotta figure out the oil stuff, and believe it or not, the oil stuff is gonna be easy compared to what we just did. Normally the advanced oil processing is one of the more harder things, but I think yeah, relative to what we just figured out with the amounts and stuff, I think this is gonna be fairly easy. Alright, I'm gonna make a save. That is a red, green, blue design done except oil. So I'm gonna take a break, probably like 15 to 20 minutes. And yeah, I will be back after that. We'll design the oil as well. And if we have time left, we'll also go and find a location and perhaps even build it. That's probably pushing it a bit. We'll see how it goes. Let's save this over here. And then I guess we're gonna do the old thing. I'm in the editor now. Where are we? Man, the space is getting stretched out a bit already. Now here's the nuclear plant. We need to follow this rail. Okay, I'm gonna jump in this train again for the break. Alright, so let's see if the trains will crash again during the break or not. They are passing each other on an unsignaled rail crossing. So it is possible they will crash in the actual game as well. Though in the actual game they are making way less trips than I've set them to now. But at least have some Factorio train ASMR to watch during the break. We may already crash right now. Yeah, we already crashed. Alright. It doesn't matter, we can just re-automate this train. There's still some train left over here, so... Let's see what happens for the rest of it. It was a bit of bad timing. Right, I'll be back in roughly 15 minutes. Alright, looks like the other train did not get quite obliterated for the second time just yet. Right, yeah, it's still running, but now it's no longer working. This tail end is on the wrong side now. I think it doesn't properly turn around anymore. Ah yeah, we are misloading it with nuclear fuel instead of the fuel cells. We're probably gonna have another crash right now. Kinda depends when this train is gonna depart. No, I think this train will be too slow. Yeah, it's already gone. Right, so much for that fun. It is my mission to make stupid trains. Ah, that is how you explain it, huh? That is how you explain it. Okay, I will remember that. I cannot say you're wrong, though. Right. Oh, hello Hinko as well. Good day, haha. Bells, okay, we're all at the bells for a minute. Right. Then welcome back, myself, because you were still here. For the ones who just joined, today we are designing the red, green and blue chip area for the 1000 signs per minute base / extra Mark III module production area. It's going to consist of 16 belts of green chips, 10 times about 1/3 belt of red chips, and like half a belt of blue chips, organized in 8 of these stacks. Each of these blue chips lines consume 1 belt of green chips. That's what they have been designed to. So we need 8 belts of green chips for blue. We're gonna need 5 belts of green chips for these 10 stacks of red. And then we have another 6 belts of green chips. Sorry, we're gonna have another 3 belts of green chips left over, of which 2 are intended for modules and 1 is just left over. But that is how that part is gonna be. It also means we're gonna need like 16 belts of iron and copper, just 16 belts of iron, 16 belts of copper, just for the green chips. And additional 4 belts of copper or so for the red chips. And nothing extra for blue chips except sulfuric acid. We also need plastics for red chips, and that's what we're gonna do now. Sulfuric acid for blue and plastics for red chips. I think we're gonna start with the easy thing. I'm just gonna copy this. And this is sulfuric, this is blue chips. I think I'm just gonna have 1 pair up here. Shouldn't single wagon trains have the wagon in the middle, or is that too easy? That's a good question. What is going on here? Oh, I know what's going on here. It is this entire ghost blueprint over here is messing up my personal construction bots, because all of this has not been constructed either. So let's get rid of that for now. Now this should go smoothly again. Yeah, now it goes fast again. Alright. So yeah, if you have many entities which are ghost blueprinted but not built, you're gonna run into problems. Or like a non-fluent deployment of your personal construction bots, as you just saw. Let's go. It doesn't really matter where we go, I just need some light. Alright, let there be light. It's time to look at the requirements for oil. We have a couple options, but since this is gonna stack a couple times in a row, ideally I get all the stuff done above here. We have an 8 beacon white area to work with, so hopefully the oil will fit in that specific bit. Alright, so we're gonna go back to the calculator. We're gonna go with the blue chips thing. So let's open blue chips in a separate tab. I think we can get rid of the single one for now. So this is the total amount of blue chips we're going for. That is 8 belts of green chips consumed. We are ignoring the requirements for red and green chips. We are only interested in the requirements for blue chips, which are the red and green chips themselves, and sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid requires sulfur through advanced oil processing. And we also need a little bit of iron. We need a little bit of iron for sulfuric acid. Less than 1 furnace worth of iron. We only have half of a beacon row to work with though. So it's going to be maximum 8, but still less than 1 furnace. Right, so let's see. Looks like we can get away with... oh, this is not set to speed module. If... yeah, it looks like this. So an oil refinery is wider. It can be affected by 5 beacons from one side, which means 10 speed modules. Looks like we need 1 oil refinery. So we're gonna need 2 cracking facilities. We're gonna need either 2 cracking facilities or we're gonna need 2 extra beacons on 1 cracking facility. Like 1 with 2 and 1 with 3 beacons would do as well. So we'll see how that turns out. And for heavy oil, that just needs to touch a single beacon, and then this heavy oil cracking is fast enough. Sulfur also needs to be on speed modules. Okay, again we need either 5 beacons on 1 chemical plant, or we can relax the requirements a bit. Then we can get away with only 2 beacons per sulfur assembler, but we'll need 2 of them. For sulfuric acid we probably can do it 1, that's not going to be too hard. Looks like only 2 beacons and we have enough with a single sulfuric acid plant. Right, so let's go back to the game for a bit. Is there a calculator? Yeah, and that was exactly what I was going to say. It's called Excel. I do have Excel sheets as well, which can calculate the stuff, but this looks a bit more interactive with all the factorial icons as well. So I tried to stick to this thing, but at some point maybe I'll have to switch to Excel as well. But we'll see. I'll try to stick to the calculator. Alright, back to the game. I am back in the game. Alright, that means the oil refinery. One of these guys has oil refineries. It is not this guy. It's not this guy, that means it has to be this guy. Just need a single one. We need a stack of chemical plants or so. Guess some pipe works would be okay as well. Okay, my inventory is pretty full. I'm gonna give some of these modules to my spider. Right, so the oil refinery needed 5 beacons. That means, like so, it touches this one all the way through this one. So that is 5 beacons touching the oil refinery. Advanced oil processing. Then the heavy oil cracking needed just a single beacon. So that is interesting. It means we can put that guy all the way on the side and it will still be enough. Alright, so I kinda gotta decide what to try first. The fast variant or the slow variant. I also gotta decide in which orientation this is going to be actually. Because if it's flipped, it is going to connect differently. Thanks New for your Prime subscription. But now the sulfuric acid connection is on this side and you cannot flip the oil stuff. Right, it does not really matter too much, because even if I'm gonna flip it, that just means this is gonna be rotated to the bottom side. That would still work as well. So I can design it however I like to. What about sulfuric acid? Sulfuric acid was fast enough if it was touched by only 2 beacons. So this is theoretically fast enough for sulfuric acid. We also need iron for sulfuric acid. I don't think I'm going to build a special smeltery for that. I think we're just going to build a single furnace. It looks like the furnace needs to be under the influence of at least 3 beacons to work fast enough. Two beacons is slightly insufficient. Could just ignore the rule that everything needs to be productivity modules, then we can get away with 1 beacon still. Alright, it doesn't really matter, then let's just go productivity. Six beacons, 3 beacons, 6 modules. Alright, that is not as great then. I kind of feel we gotta get another line of beacons in here to speed up some of the other things. So that means this is already gonna be fast enough. 2 of these touch sulfuric acid, that was fast enough. We need sulfur. I guess this makes sense. Water could go like so. I guess then we will flip this guy around as well. Okay, now sulfur is under the influence of 6 beacons. That is fast enough to have only 1 sulfur plant. It is kind of elegant to have only 1 of each assembler. So let's try to go for this. This is just fluid input, so that's going to be as fast as it possibly can be. And if we have like 2 stack inserters going from inventory to inventory, that should be okay as well. We still need the furnace for sulfuric acid, so maybe sulfuric acid is going to have to be just a little bit too fast. Kinda want to do direct insertion from the furnace as well. Something like so. This needs 3 beacons to it. Currently it has 0. So let's just do this for now. just for visualization, hydrate. Technically, technically we don't need to use productivity modules, but kind of as a rule, I productivity module everything for these numbers. So let's not deviate for this single thing. Although maybe I will. If I do this, I can just build it like here or something. And since I'm going to lead a separate belt of iron ore to here anyway, it does not really matter. Let's check back over here. Alright, so I need... What is the mining productivity level set at? I should set it to 140%. That's the level of mining productivity I'm designing this 1000 signs per minute base around. So it looks like I need less than one miner if I use productivity modules, but if I use speed modules I will probably need more. But we can also just use speed modules in the miner, so you can just have a single miner leading into this furnace, and then we need to have it only affected by one beacon, and then it will be fast enough. Yeah, let's do that. Alright, that means this is going to be fast enough. And it looks kind of nice as well. Water connects like so. Petroleum gas needs to connect at the top here then. That's going to be fairly easy as well. Alright, again, one more time back here. So, how many of these beacons did we need to decrease this? 6 beacons, and light oil cracking is fast enough as well. Okay, that's good news, because we have 6 beacons right here. 7 actually even. Light oil to petroleum gas. It's going to be a bit hard to connect this all up, I guess, but we'll see. Then the oil refinery. The oil refinery only has to be affected by 5 beacons. I could actually just place it like this. Would that help? I know, I never built it like this before. Light oil cracking needed to be only affected by a single beacon. That's probably not gonna fit though. If this is like heavy oil cracking needed to be only affected by a single beacon. So that would do. This is the wrong orientation though. Okay, this is 5 beacons again. This may not be as dumb as it looks actually. It does look kinda dumb, but maybe it is not as dumb as it looks like. This could be heavy oil. Light oil is over here. This is water. Water needs to go here as well. So that's the full water. And we got oil. Oil needs to connect to here. Light oil still needs to connect to here. We don't need any buffers or anything, so That's gonna be good enough. So the heavy oil is complete. Heavy oil goes here. It gets water. It gets heavy oil. 4 pipelines of heavy oil. Light oil is complete as well. It goes here, here. This goes here. Now we just need to combine this petroleum gas with this petroleum gas. Do we still have a free underground pipe over here? I guess we could move water. No, it's a little bit annoying with the oil, but we could move water down. Then we have this. I know, water is still on this. Alright, never mind. We don't need to move water down if water is already on that horizontal line anyway. And then oil can be normal. And we do have this one free still. Actually. But we cannot really get there. Okay, I guess we'll just go to the bottom then. Does not look so nice. But yeah, we cannot get up there without moving this in all sorts of weird ways. So that means this is gonna look something dumb like this. That should work though. All outputs are connected, all inputs are connected. And we output sulfuric acid. We even have iron ore coming in, being smelted on the spot. That's already it, I think, for sulfuric acid. Can't you put one of the top beacons between the refinery and the cracking? Ah, in this area you mean? Not anymore at least. I don't care to save every single beacon, I just want to make a setup that looks okay-ish, which has roughly the right amount of beacons touching everything. So this is exactly correct, 5 beacons, 1 beacon is exactly correct. This has 7 instead of 6, but that's okay. This has exactly 6, which is exactly the amount we need. This has 2, which is exactly the amount we need. Right, yeah, 2, and this has 1. So it's actually pretty spot on, except for this guy has 1 beacon too many, but I can live with that. Better 1 beacon too many than 1 beacon short. Okay, now we gotta see if we can still place some power. This covers even the inserter for the furnace, so that's awesome. Man, we can even make a nice square grid still with these beacons. So I'm happy then. Do we need some lights here as well? I'm not sure we do. There's way too many lights. Okay, it's getting night, so let's see how this looks. I think just two lights will be sufficient. This will glow up by itself because it's a furnace, it's gonna smelt. I think I'm just gonna test it as it is, like so. That's going to be sulfuric acid designed. I guess again we're just gonna. I need the full production then. So I guess I can just use blueprint this for sulfuric acid for now. Put it in the library and we'll go into the editor again. It looks like I still have blue chips set up here, so that's a bonus. We're not going to have this infinity pipe with sulfuric acid anymore, because we are going to be making that this time. Let's just do this. This will insert all the chips, but it will not start making blue chips because we don't have sulfuric acid yet. Now we need to copy this thing 8 times. Because that is the blue chip production we're going to have. Then we're going to take our blueprint, put it on top. Nice. Pretty sweet. Why does this not have power? Ah, because we're not connected to the super duper beacon. Alright, so now we just basically gotta set up some of these things. This has got to have iron ore. Just gonna need to build this. Just lead one belt of iron from one miner out here. We're gonna need a water line and an oil line. And that should be it. This is oil. This is water. Let's make a save right before we start. Another hydrate. Thanks, Struggling Ben. Struggling Ben. I wonder if you know about Ben the fish. Right now, Ben in my playthrough is struggling as well. He's got a lot of competition in his starting league. Finally joined into the first stream. Nice. Kind of dropped right into the probably the most big brain breaking episode of for a while. I think this is the most difficult part of the 1000 signs per minute base. I'm not gonna do more difficult stuff than this until we get to the 10,000 signs per minute phase, I guess. Yeah, let's try this. Alright, so here probably one inserter is going to be fast enough, apparently. Alright, so this guy does not need to be working all the time. Actually, I missed something. This guy only needs to be affected by 5 beacons. And it is affected by 6. So this guy is going to be a bit faster than it needs to be as well. But yeah, if everything goes well, we need only petroleum gases and oil products. So that means this pipeline should stay near empty. And indeed we've got like nothing in the pipes. Everything is sucked into here all the time. Light oil should stay empty as well. Everything should get sucked in here all the time. This thing is also not busy all of the time, so that's correct. And petroleum gas, I don't know if petroleum gas production is going to be faster than this machine, or if this machine is going to be faster consuming the petroleum gas. But eventually both this pipe and this pipe are going to back up. See if all the blue chip production is working. It is. And if I would be smart, I would probably just combine all of this into one chest. Okay, let's pause. And we can also check the true blue chip production of all of these things. Okay, so these are all the outputs. And now we just do this into a chest. And let's continue the simulation. So we have already got 1.6k sulfuric acid in here. These pipes are about 10% full. The thing is, there's fluid in them, which means these are always going to have immediately enough sulfuric acid. You don't even see it drop to 5. It immediately fills back to 10 within a single tick. If I speed up the game a bit, we can see this is increasing. So we are overproducing sulfuric acid for now. So that's good. Once this fills up, we're probably gonna fill up this pipe after that as well. My spirit animal, the fish. It's kind of cool that one miner with one furnace can keep up with this entire sulfuric acid production for all of the blue chips we need. All of the blue chips we need for 1000 signs per minute. One miner, one furnace into sulfuric acid. Let's check how much water are we doing. Right, so this per 5 seconds. The normal if your throughput is less than 1000 per second, you are going to be good no matter your pipes. I'm so glad this is going to be solved in Factorio 2.0 with the fluid throughput stuff. But yeah, this is the 5 second total. So we are at like 300 water per second for this build, which means we don't need to worry about pipe length. This is going to be a major headache in the 10,000 signs per minute base though. It's going to be a minor headache later on in the 1000, but for 10,000 every single system that involves fluid needs a very careful checking of all the fluid throughputs with pumps and parallel pipes and whatnot. That's going to be horrible. But yeah, looks like for here we don't need to worry about that just yet. Alright, this is fast enough. This is also fast enough. It is fast enough because this is just slowly filling up. Now we can check the actual production. 1512 blue chips per minute. So let's pause the game. How do all these strange numbers get in here? Alright, let's do 10 minutes. Does that fit? 1500? No, we need 15,000 for that. That's gonna be not enough. We do 5 minutes then. 5 minutes is 7,560. 7,560. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 75. This tile should have 60 blue chips at the end. Alright, 61. So yeah, it can be off by 1, that is perfectly fine. Alright, then it's working. Looks like our blue chip thing has been tested completely by now. So I'm gonna save here in case we need to do something else with it, but we do not need to make any alterations to our blueprint, except that one of these inserters was enough here instead of 2. I guess we can be using blue inserters here, since these this is definitely not faster than a they're gonna swing more often, it seems like, so let's not do that. these are not gonna swing as often, so that's better for UPS, although this is not gonna be a very repeatable build, so I probably already cost us more time talking about this than the UPS is actually going to save for this single pair of inserters here. Alright, we're just gonna keep it like this. Alright, back to the game. That was the easy one. Can you get away with yellow belt for the ore? Yes. We literally need like less than 90 iron per minute. So even half of a yellow belt would be sufficient for that. Alright, so that's the easy part done. Alright. So these are like standardized things which we can repeat. If we later need red chips for 10,000 signs per minute, we can just plop down these. We know what we need to input, half a belt of green, half a belt of plastic, and that will just work. I think I should just attach this build, which is only going to be applicable to this blue chip thing, with 8 of these blue chip producers. That is what it's tuned around, so it's going to be fixed to this 1000 signs per minute base. So I think I'm just gonna make a new blueprint for blue chips. Not overwriting this one. This is a standardized thing, just like the belt of green. This is like the consume a belt of green blue chip production. But we're gonna make a new blueprint with the building blocks of that guy. Right, that is correct. So let's switch off the roboport for now. Right, here you get it, these radars are getting in the way. It's exactly not in the way at the moment, but pretty in the way. Alright, so this is blue 8. I guess the 8's gotta go in this last tile, 0, 8, because red's gonna be 10 and green is gonna be 16. Blue and I guess sulfuric acid included. I don't know what to put here. Let's just put sulfuric acid there. 15, 12 blue chips per minute, requiring 8 belts of green and 0.8 belts of red and 1 single miner on iron for sulfuric acid. Okay, just a small tip or hint, I don't know, tip. Alright, so if you look at the description, you see it's visible, but it kinda is getting like mixed up in all the standard text. Save designs for automated construction. Right click to open. If you just put like 1 or 2 enters in front of your description and 1 or 2 enters at the end of it, and you do then a mouse over, you can see much more clearly the text, the custom text you typed yourself at the top of the blueprint, because basically text formatting, right? It is much more readable like this. So yeah, that is good stuff. Perhaps we can even do this. Alright. So we're gonna put this one in the blueprint book as well. This one is now specific to 1K, I guess. I guess we'll just name this 1K as well then. Good for either 1K SPM or 50 Mach3 module per minute. Alright. So that is the blue chip thing complete. Now we just feed it red chips, green chips and 1 miner of iron and it will work. Alright, now we gotta do the same for red chips. Now let's check out how the red chip thing is looking. This was the entirety of the thing. Red chips was this part. So that's gonna be a harder nut to crack, I think. So I guess we'll just save one of these for now. So we have some beacons to work off, but this is definitely not gonna fit like blue chips did with the sulfuric acid. We're gonna need a lot of stuff. A lot of oil, a lot of coal, a lot of chemical plants. You see how slowly my bots are constructing it? That's because this stuff is still on the map. As soon as I delete it, the rest gets constructed immediately. So if your construction bots are not doing their job properly, you know, if they are starting to be lazy, that's probably what's going on. Alright, this setup has lights, so we will see something. It's getting dark again. Let's get this out of the way a bit. Alright, give me some lights. I'm gonna open red chips in the calculator. Alright, 3.5 belts of red chips, subdivided into 10 sections of 0.35 belts. So let's open the totality of this in a new tab, so we ignore all the blue chip stuff, which I guess we can get rid of now. This was the science. Yeah, we need this one. Alright, so we're gonna need to look how much plastics we need in total. Basically, green chips we can ignore. Yeah, we just need to remember we need to import 4 belts of copper for these 3.5 belts of red chips. We're gonna need to turn 4 belts of copper into copper wire. Maybe we'll just get 5 belts of copper because we have 10 sections. That would be easier. But we'll see how we'll do that. We also need 5 blue belts of plastics. For that we need 2 belts of coal. Only 2 belts of coal. Alright, so how we're gonna do this? I guess we'll just look at plastics in a separate tab over here. Alright, so now we are gonna need a serious number of oil refineries and whatnot. It is oil stuff, so I'm gonna set it to per second instead of per minute. Oil per minute is really not very readable. Alright, we're also gonna need a total of more than 1000 petroleum gas per second. which means one pipe is no longer enough. Even the calculator tells us we're gonna need 2 pipes, 2 separate pipelines. This just tells you which pipe length is capable of transferring this fluid. So yeah, we're gonna need 2 pipelines over here. Also gonna need 2 pipes of water, and probably 2 pipelines of oil would suit as well. Thanks Sagittarius 1987 for the 5th month of taking Jeff Bezos' money out of his pocket. Alright, so let me also put some correct beacons in here. We're gonna use speed moduled miners probably, so let's put it there as well. No beacons for the miners. It's not really gonna matter though. 2 belts of coal. I'm kind of thinking we're gonna just build like 2 copies of the same setup here. Two copies of the same setup. 1 belt of coal, 1 pipeline, 1 pipeline, 1 pipe. That kinda looks nice. Then we output like 2.5 belts of plastics per side. How we're gonna do that, I'm not entirely sure just yet. I kinda want to try something. What if... I cannot open petroleum gas in a new tab, but what if I designed a standard design which would output like 1000 petroleum gas. 1000 isn't a good value. The thing is, for 1200, which is like the standard throughput of a not really of a pipe, but because the offshore pump produces 1200 water a second, that is often regarded as the standard throughput of a pipe. That can go through a pipe length of 17 pipes. If you put more than 17 pipes without pumps in between, it's going to not reach the throughput of 1200. So maybe we can just do a standard design where we output 1000 petroleum gas, just with oil refineries and oil cracking included. We just stamp it down and we have 1000 petroleum gas. I think that would be nice. For this design, we could just stamp this 1000 petroleum gas per second blueprint down twice, and then we just need to worry about routing it to plastics and to coal. The advantage of 1000 is basically you can put 200 pipes in a row without any pumps in between, and you will still reach the throughput of 1000. Looks like we do need a little bit more water though, so I guess that's another reason to not go for 1200, because then we need more than 1 offshore pump of water. Right, so I guess 1000 would be nice. Would be nice to go for that. We could overspec it a little bit. Maybe we can consume exactly 1 water pump of water. Let's see, what do we... let's experimentally get to that point. 1066, 1090, 1091, 0.333, no, 0.5, no, that's too much, 0.4. That's as close as we're gonna get. I guess we're gonna leave it slightly under instead of slightly over. So that means water pipeline is going to have to be 17, but petroleum gas 36. We can still regard it as a 1000 petroleum gas per minute blueprint. It is just overproducing a little bit, and if we need like 1017 petroleum gas a minute, we can still just stamp this guy down. Am I in the right screen? I am in the right screen. Alright. If it's going to be a tileable design, it's probably going to have to be between two sets of beacons. And that means the oil refineries will have 20 beacons touching them. One line of oil refineries. Okay, this is going to be a bit bigger than I expected it to be. Okay, maybe we'll just keep this a little bit more simple. Have a center row of beacons, oil refineries on top, oil cracking at the bottom, maybe heavy oil cracking on the top as well. I think that would be better. Let's try that. Then we need exactly 12 oil refineries as well to produce this amount of petroleum gas. Alright, let's try that. 12 oil refineries. We'll go back to the game. So we're not gonna build this right on top of red chips for now. I guess. I'm just gonna plop this down here, so we still have access to it later. For now though, I'm just gonna copy a line of beacons. And it's probably gonna be quite big. Give me your oil refineries, 12 pieces, and I guess some more of those. We're gonna need lots of pipes this time. Alright, so if the oil refineries, I needed 11.955 of them, so all of them have to be touched by the full 5 beacons. There is no going around that. So the upside of doing it with only one line of beacon is the pipe works are going to be much easier. Because we're going to have oil cracking down here at the bottom. Very likely. Oh, that's quite big. It happens to be the exact amount of beacons. 12 oil refineries. Okay, that is the amount of oil refineries we need. I'm going to need 18 of these guys cracking. Light oil. And one of them is going to need to be 20% faster. Then I can do it with 17. So let's go back into the game. So here we don't have that advantage where we can isolate light oil. It doesn't work like that for oil. But if we just plop down 2 of these. This guy has a crafting speed of 2.55. If we want to be 20% faster, we're going to have to go to crafting speed 3.05 and a bit. That's 3.05. that is very close. That's too close. And then we need to do some exact calculations. So 1.194. Divided by the new crafting speed 3.05 multiplied by the old crafting speed of 2.55. Is this less than 1? Then we can get away with it. It is less than 1. And fluid input is quite reliable because it doesn't need inserters, it just gets sucked in. How about if it's slightly more than 1.194? Divided by new crafting speed multiplied by old crafting speed. Still less than 1. Still less than 1. Alright. I think then we're gonna do it. Where is it? This one over here. So we need 17 if we give the last one extra beacon. That's basically the gist of it. With one extra beacon, it's gonna go up from 2.55 crafting speed to 3.05, which is exactly enough. Or are we? There is a problem. There is a problem. It's not really a problem though if we just do this. The problem is these things can normally not be next to each other because the input pipes normally you cannot mix the fluid systems together like this, but apparently now I can. We still can do it though, because we can have water coming in like so, and we can have light oil just coming in like so. Then they can be next to each other instead of with the usual one tile apart. The problem with the usual one tile apart is that 1 in 3 of these is going to be affected by only 3 beacons instead of 4, so that messes up the entire thing. So it's going to be 3 beacons, 4 beacons, 4 beacons, and again 3 beacons because it aligns with the beacons. It is bad. But with this system we can actually do this. We can line them all up together and the output is going to be all the same. So we still have that extra one over here, that is good. Then we just need 17 of these in a line. I guess I can just do this. Then count out 17. Okay, this is 19, so this is going to be 17. Alright. So this is enough for the oil cracking, I guess. I'll just put that one at the top here to keep it a bit clearer. I can also just flop this entire thing right against the beacons here, I think. Right, and even this pipe length is not going to be 200 pipes long, so there's not going to be ultra long pipes, and every time it touches it, so light oil has to go very fast, let's say, but here a little bit is consumed. The throughput is a little bit less, some gets consumed, it is a little bit less, some gets consumed, etc. So you don't need to count the entire pipe, just basically the length between the last light oil output and the first light oil input. That needs to be below the threshold. For the rest we're going to be fine. Alright, so that is light oil cracking. Now we need heavy oil cracking. Heavy oil cracking is only 4.4 2/3 assemblers. I guess we'll just do 5. Since we have the space. I kind of do want to offset those a bit. How does this align with the oil refineries? Let's first change the recipe. Okay, I'm all out of pipes already. Normally I do not use so many normal pipes, I always use undergrounds, but for this setup looks like we're gonna do something like this. Alright, then it's just a matter of hooking up the input and output pipes for oil. This can just connect directly to so. I guess we're just gonna go like a standard, just a standard thing. That's the advantage of not doing the beacons on both sides. Then you can get away with this. You can still do it, you do need to do some, if you put it between two rows of beacons you can still do it, but you need more spacing between these, so that means you're going to need to space them 3 tiles further apart in order to be affected by all beacons. So I think I'm fine with this part, with this setup. So heavy oil needs to go to here, like so. I guess light oil can just connect here already as well. Oh, that was easy. I thought it would be a bit more difficult. Then petroleum gas has to connect as well, somewhere. Kind of depends where we are gonna be connecting water and oil. On which side do we want the output to be? Does it even matter? I can probably... looks like if I do this I'm shooting myself in the foot a bit. Okay, I'm again short on normal pipes. I took all of this guy's normal pipes, so let's just make a bunch. Petroleum gas is coming out here. So I either just need to move this beacon out of the way again, which I could. Looks a bit more stupid though. Alternatively I could just move this whole thing down 1 tile and then it's very easy to connect petroleum gas. We can just do this. Hydrate. I happen to see that. I still could do it here as well, it's not that hard. Apparently it is that hard. Okay, now this is connecting to water. Kinda like this pipe in the middle too, so let's keep that. I don't want to mess up this regular pattern over here. I think we're just gonna move this beacon out of the way a bit. Perhaps I'll just move it down like so. That is fine as well. And we can just go here. Connect it over here. And everything is done. Then it's also easy to choose where to output, because we can output on this side or we can output petroleum gas on this side. We also have the flexibility for the oil and water input. We can have it on this side or we can have it on the other side. So we can have oil and petroleum gas inputs from whatever side, and we can have the oil and water input from whatever side, as well as petroleum gas output from whatever side. Right, so this should be good. The question is, can we produce 1000 petroleum gas per second with this? So that asks for another test. I do have to power this though. We definitely don't have space for substations with this configuration. So I guess we're gonna do a power pole design. We gotta power the beacons as well, so the power lines have got to be at the bottom. Okay, that is nice. Now we gotta go down somehow. Can we do that symmetrically-ish? This is too far. Maybe we will do just a big ass beacon like so, that can connect the two power lines. We've got 17 of these and 5 of those, so if we start at the first one, we're going to end up at the last one for a nice regular pattern again. Like so. Right, that we are going to miss, that is just going to be how it is. We can do another beacon at the end here, or another substation at the end. I kinda want this to go in one tile, so that does not work. Alright. Well, hopefully this is a 1000 petroleum gas per second blueprint. I guess I should not mark it like that. Let's just do petroleum gas. Let's just do petroleum gas, I guess. This is 1000. It's 1091 pad gas per second, but we're gonna save it like 1000 pad gas per second blueprint. True maximum 1091 on 1200 water per second, but beware pipe throughput. Alright, that's easy. Now we have simplified a lot of the later process. Anytime we need petroleum gas for something, which will probably be a lot of times, we can just take this blueprint, look how much we need. Okay, we need 3500 petroleum gas, stamp, 4000, that's gonna do. And we don't need to worry about designing oil processing ever again, basically. So that's nice. Now we gotta check if it works. So for now I'm gonna put this over here, and then we're gonna go into editor mode. 1k pad gas per second designed. And we can use 2 of these for the plastics setup for red chips. So separate of the actual plastics production, we can now just take this, output the petroleum gas pipe, and we only need to do the plastics. We don't need to worry about advanced oil processing anymore. This is going to be a good blueprint to share, I guess, as well. If it works. Let's first test if it works. Who knows, it may not work. Right then, lights. Maybe this needs lights. Does this need lights? If it needs lights, it also needs lights here. I'm not sure if this needs lights, but let's do it with lights for now. Okay, let's update the blueprint then. No tiles. Alright, save. And back to editor mode. I guess we're gonna delete this, or else we cannot properly measure the actual throughput of our blueprint. Here's the thing. Plop. It is connected to this substation, so the power poles are not doing anything, but that's fine. We just need to supply this with water and oil, and it's gonna output petroleum gas. Does this have like infinity storage tanks as well? I kinda don't see it. Alright, I have an idea to measure the true throughput. This is gonna look a bit strange, but trust me, it will make sense in a second. Maybe not, maybe it won't make sense. Okay, we pump in, we pump out. This is gonna be an infinity pipe which deletes everything. Here we're gonna have a pipe which adds water. I didn't connect water to the bottom side, I forgot about that. Let's see. Don't the super giga mega basers use basic oil for petroleum? I don't know, actually. It could be. Is that better though? It may be better in terms of number of machinery. Basic oil basically makes 45 petroleum gas. If we don't count productivity for a sec, 45 per plant. This makes 125 per plant. But you're gonna need, let's say, 1.5 cracking facility. Sounds sort of similar at first glance, really, what you need. But one thing for sure is this is a lot easier on your oil resources than this. So if you have to worry about oil production, which we may have to, I mean, we have rich oil patches, but we don't have infinitely rich oil patches. So if we have to worry about it, we are gonna use this, I think. Okay, I am kind of curious, so let's go here. What if... So how many we need now? 12 and 17 and 5, right? 22, 36 entities. And I guess we need more pipes, though. We need water as well. So the pipes is gonna add a little bit of calculations as well. But let's say 36 machines. If we go for basic oil processing, with the same amount of modules, 31 machines. So yeah, it looks like we save about like up to 20% machinery and I guess a whole bunch of pipe infrastructure. But here we need also we need 1000 oil per second. Whereas here we need 700 oil per second. Alright, I thought it would be a bigger difference. Thanks /DMO for the Prime subscription as well. With enough mining productivity, yeah, that's true. We are gonna have crazy amounts of mining productivity also on the pump jacks. I didn't consider going for basic oil processing. Did not consider that. Right, we may go for basic oil processing for the 10,000 signs per minute build in that case. I do need to do some calculation to see how big my oil patches are, and if they are gonna. Basically, I gotta check out the amount the oil patches are gonna drop down to, because that is the end game infinite production state they are going to be at. So not the starting richness, but the end richness has to be sufficient, which may be not the case. So now I'm going to use this advanced oil processing thing, especially because I now already built it. So if everything goes right, we should have 1091 units of petroleum gas coming out of here, if we switch this on. Easier to do, yeah. You can do the whole thing with this. Probably, yeah, it's probably a lot better in that case. Yeah, let's just have a quick experiment to see how that would work. Okay, here we have advanced oil. Here we have basic oil. It is fairly simple. This will just connect like so. Nothing to worry about. Okay, with this way, of course, it's gonna be a lot less assemblers, so maybe this is the way to do the end game. This may be the way to do the 10k SPM thing, actually. Didn't consider that at all yet. This is possible too, it's a little bit more fiddly. Basically you can still do this, but for heavy oil you have to go to the side over here or something. It's gotta come in from somewhere. And it's gotta go out again. Yeah, so something like this. Heavy oil goes to this side, over here connects, then goes to the bottom, over here connects. So this is basically advanced oil processing in a 20 beacon build. It's possible as well, but then you also got to do the cracking somewhere. So yeah, not sure. I think this is the way. You're right. Not just because it's simpler, but also because it's if you have the oil resources, this is just gonna save a lot of UPS time. Not only are there less entities to calculate, but also a lot less fluid mechanics to calculate. I mean, I have 6 pipes over here, And here we've got like 26 pipes per oil refinery, and we haven't even taken into account cracking just yet, so yeah, this is definitely going to be way friendlier. Thanks, I didn't even think about that. Kind of violates the principle of using as few resources as possible for mega bases as well, but I guess since oil is an infinite resource, if it is rich enough, it is just gonna drop down to a level where it will stay for the rest of the game. It's never gonna run out, it's just gonna drop to that minimum, and if we need less than that minimum, it's basically infinite oil production at the rate we need, so we don't need to worry about levels of oil in that case. I may have shot myself in the foot because I actually lowered the amount of oil patches which spawn, because you don't need that many of them, I thought, and they're going to be big and rich anyway, so we'll see. Learned something new today. For now though, we're going to test this bad boy. We designed it, so let's at least try it. Alright, I didn't set those. Yeah, oil. Water. Alright, so the reason this thing exists is because the natural flow rate between the storage tanks is very, very slow. And that means we can get a constant output on this guy after a long while. This guy we cannot really read because it just jumps up and down all the time. I realize I forgot to connect water, so we're never gonna reach this anyway. This is just gonna fill up now. It looks like this is at least alright. We just need to bring water down to the bottom as well. Oh, that actually connects quite nicely. Alright, now it's all gonna be cracking as well. We also gotta do this, I guess. Alright, so now let's deconstruct and Ctrl Z to reset the whole thing. Now I'm just gonna speed up time a bunch. And see what kind of reading we get on this pump after a while. 400. Okay, something went terribly wrong somewhere. Output full, light oil is full. Oh, I see. I said something about the natural flow rate between these tanks being really slow. Well, that's what's blocking us right now. Alright, maybe this is too slow then. Maybe just one? Alright. Okay, it is jumping a bit, but it is pretty close to the predicted value of 1091. Mostly a bit over actually. I guess we are a bit over because we are spawning in infinite water. We are using more than 1200 water a second. I'm pretty sure. $1200 water is 72,000 a minute. But we're probably above that. This will go above 720, I think. Yeah, 722, 723. So we are using more than one water pump of water. That is why we are pumping out more than 1091 petroleum gas, I guess. It looks like we can probably do this. Let me actually simulate a water pump in that case. We'll have some terrain over here. Can I set? Can I just... does this have a settable rate? Adjustable speed, it says. Alright, 1200. Okay, there we got it. So now this pumps only 1200 water a second in the system. So again, reset. Don't fill up completely. Alright, it doesn't fill up completely. Alright, it reads 1093. I'm going to say that is rounding errors. We predicted at 1091 point and 1/3 basically. It reads between 1092 and 1093. Alright, but then the setup works after making these changes at least. Okay, I see. This guy's pumping speed is or has been reset. I see. Oh god. Alright, I see. Okay, oil is infinite. That is okay. But water not. We need to set this value before. Okay, it says it has a configurable pumping speed, while it is still pumping at more than 1200 a second. Okay, looks like a bug. It sets the temperature to 1200 degrees, looks like. Yeah, it sets the water temperature to... Looks like there's a bug in this mod. The variable pump speed sets the temperature of the fluid. We have 30,000 degree water in this pipe now. I don't know. Okay, let's try to use an actual offshore pump then. Then I do need to go into the editor mode. Where is the landscaping thing again? Water. Alright. Actual offshore pump. Actual water connection, like so. Here we go. This is the actual test. This thing just physically cannot produce more than 1200 water a second. Let's see if it goes up to... We can see it on the right side in the mouse over. Let's see if it goes up to 1091. Oil field minimum is just 20%. Right, we're still going up to 1093. Maybe there's a little bit of lag in the system which introduces a little bit more water in the system than there should be. I guess eventually it's going to... It should go down. Maybe. Oh, it looks like... Okay, now it goes down to an... Yeah, it is down to 1091. Nice, that's good news. Okay, it's jumping a bit. That's because of the water distribution. This guy is not getting water all the time. That's okay, we don't need 5 full ones of those. It is designed around that. It is now consuming 1200 water a second. This has dropped down to 1091. As predicted. Okay, so that is good. That means the setup works. I think I'm just gonna update the blueprint with what we did here. Like so. Alright, I updated the blueprint, so I guess I'm not saving because I did the water thing. Yeah, 2.0 will definitely be a game changer in terms of fluid mechanics. Also for megabases, it's gonna save. The simplified system is just gonna save so much UPS. No more individual pipe calculations and all that stuff. This is just like solar panels. It's just gonna be one segment worth of there's one pipe with water, one with oil. Basically 5 different pipes with 5 different fluids. It's just gonna be as much calculations as this basically. This is the simplified version in Factorio 2.0 with the new fluid calculations, where there's no more fluid movement. There's just whatever pipes you connect as part of the single pipe thing. Okay then, we need to update this thing over here. Do I actually need to place it? I don't know. Let's actually place it. Spend some of my robot battery. Should make sure they don't get lazy. Alright, so that is the first part of plastics done then. Okay, now water is connected, this is connected as well. It's also nice and regular distances. I like that. Yeah, I really like this setup actually. Even though basic oil processing will be better in the long run. I'm curious to what kind of level of production we can get with the expansion. I was thinking it's gonna be probably around an order of magnitude different. Of course we're gonna have more different science packs, though I didn't take that into consideration, but just at the current science packs level is probably gonna be an order of magnitude different, just like the game's gonna run faster, there's gonna be less calculations, things have been optimized a lot. On the other hand, some things have been added which may slow the game back down a bit, but we'll see. The main game changer is probably gonna be the new tier of modules and the machinery and the quality stuff. That is really going to spiral stuff out of control. If you get like legendary modules in every step of the way, it's gonna resemble basically my Warptorio series with the warp beacon, with the crazy levels of productivity. Will manage to reach an insane number. Well over 100k, closer to 200k. Okay, so yeah, that's even more than an order of magnitude. Yeah, that's insane. Is he still going with this playthrough, or is he nearing the end of it? Alright then, we've got this for oil now. This is becoming quite large. So I guess let's keep it around. We gotta design plastics now. So now we can basically assume for plastics, hey, here's a pipe with petroleum gas. You can use it. Alright. This is going to be a bit harder though. The good thing is we're going to have 2 belts of coal incoming, and we're going to have this set up twice. So 1 belt of coal and 1 pipe of petroleum gas is going to make 2.5 belts of plastics over here. That is the idea at least. Let me... Am I on the right screen? I am. Where's the plastics thing? The plastics thing is up here. So we're going to simplify this. We're just going to divide this by 2, which means 112.5. 2.5 belts of plastic, 1 belt of coal, 1 pipe of petroleum gas. As easy as can be. Now we just gotta find a way to divide this over 2.5 blue belts. First, what we gotta decide is, are we gonna do 8 beacons or 16? Alright, so with 8 beacons, if we divide this by 5, there's like 4 plastic plants for one side of a belt. Then we would get to 20, right? We're gonna need to be careful again with we need the exact amount, so we need to properly side load and everything. I'm not really sure yet how I'm going to do that. Let's check out. Let's open this in a new tab and check out what we need to make a single belt of plastics. It would be 7 chemical plants. If we do 8 beacons or 8 modules, and it would be I couldn't read that. 3.8. Okay, it's going to be 4 if we have a full row of a double row of beacons. So can we do that? Basically 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's properly align that. This should be enough for 1 belt of plastics. Or maybe we're better off trying to make like 5 half belts of plastics. Maybe that would be easier, just 2 assemblers per half belt, 2 chemical plants per half belt. But we do need the full beacon line. We can have pipe like this perhaps. I don't really care about using the least amount of space possible here. It's okay if the setup becomes like 1 or 2 beacons longer than the optimum. Just kind of want to figure out how to do this. Okay, so I guess 1 inserter or 1 outsider should be plenty. This is not going to work either. Maybe something like so. You know, if we're gonna get like 5 half belts out, probably should be aiming them out like so. Like up there. And we can do something normal in the bottom as well. I think this is not too bad, and then we can have this coal coming in the bottom. We can have 1 belt of coal coming in, 5 half belts of plastic going out. This is fairly easy. So we are outputting on 2 half belts, that's the difference here. And we are combining it into 1 belt, which is loaded on both sides. So if I do this is basically gonna sideload half a belt up here. And one of these is gonna back up. So this guy gets priority because he's in the back here, and then this guy is gonna get backed up because we are slightly faster than half a belt of plastics. So I think this is pretty decent. Now if I copy this, how is this gonna line up? Pretty badly. Alright, then I gotta look something else. I probably cannot get away with decreasing the amount of beacons. Like if one is affected by only 12 modules and one by 16, we can go 14. Yeah, but that is not good. 14 modules not good. We're gonna need more than 2 of those. Even 15 modules not good. Yeah, we're gonna need a full 16 modules. Alright, so we're either going to need to do this, where we space this apart 2 tiles, which is okay. It is not the best, but it is not that horrible. I mean, it's okay. It's not bad, I don't think. Kinda looks alright. Okay, I guess we're going with this then. Can we fit 5 of these though? Oh, we can. Okay, it is meant to be. No, we cannot. It is not meant to be. This is 1 beacon longer. Right, this is 1 beacon longer. That's not really a big issue. I guess I want to extend it on this side, since red chips is nicely fine-tuned at this moment. So let's grab this whole thing. And it has to be balanced like so then. Okay, this beacon is reaching here. This beacon is reaching here. Alright, and the nice thing is, since we designed oil to be its own entity with beacons down the middle, we don't need to care where we place oil in relation to this. They don't need to share the beacons. So while we are wasting beacons on the top side of this a bit, that's okay. Here we just gotta get 5 belts of plastic out. So it could be something like this. I guess we want this to go the other way then. Okay, that's our 5 half belts of plastic. Of course, we could combine that into 2.5 belts of plastics before we transport them if we want to. We don't need to though, because we're gonna build it right here at red chips, I suppose. Actually, we could do something funny. Of course I cannot flip this because the flipping things won't work like that. This is how we could fill up those belts anyway. Let's grab some belts so it becomes a bit clearer. Right, so now we have 5 full belts of plastics outcoming. It kinda implies though that we are gonna build oil on one side. It kinda makes sense to build oil on one side of this giant red chip build over here, instead of doing it on both sides. I originally wanted to do it on both sides, but yeah, let's just do it on one side in total. Then we basically gotta make 2 of these one connected to this one connected to this one. 2 coal belts are incoming. 5 half belts of plastic here, 5 half belts of plastic here, 5 full belts of plastic coming out, and those we have to split into 10 half belts again, meeting up with 10 half belts of green chips over here. Alright, that is plastics done then for red chips. This is gonna work. I guess there's only one way to find out. We're gonna have to set up the entire red chip build like so, with the blueprints we just developed, and see how many red chips we get out of it, and if plastics is gonna be consistent. So I guess let's blueprint this. It's really that simple, right? Just coal, petroleum gas, plastics. It does appear to be so simple. That's gonna be plastics for red chips. I'm gonna put it in the book already. I have hope it will work. Where did I put it? I put it here. Is this in my book already? It is not. Okay, this is another like unit thing. I'm going to have to reorganize this a bit. I think we can get rid of the... No, let's keep them. I want to save them somewhere else then. These are outdated. Also the efficiency module ones are outdated. We're now going to be using the mining productivity 14 blueprints for this. Right, so we have green chips, we have a belt of reds, a belt of blues. This is a specific one for what we are doing now, and this is actually also a standard 1091 bed gas per second. Another standardized one. Alright, so now we're just gonna make the red chip equivalent of this blueprint, combined with plastics and the oil processing for plastics, I guess. Maybe without the oil processing, but we'll see about that. Let's save now. Plastics designed. 60k packs a minute. 60,000 times packs a minute, alright. Yeah, and then in terms of processed research you get more you cannot really see the statistics here in the base game. Like here, we are doing 83 signs per minute, but we're not really progressing 83 signs per minute. We are progressing 83 times 20% productivity bonus in the labs. So we are processing like almost like 100 signs a minute, I guess. Let me just quickly throw that in the calculator. 83 times 1.2. Yeah, 99.6 signs per minute progress in research technologies. So you cannot find that statistic here, but if your labs have even better productivity, of course, if your labs have 100% productivity, you're going to progress like twice as fast in research than the infographic says over here. Alright, it is time to go into the editor once again, and it's time to put it all together. Holy moly, I think this is going to be it though. We're not gonna build it anymore from the map. I think if this works, we have designed the entire thing. Then we just need to build the entire thing. Alright, so this, I'm going to build it out of the actual blocks. So let's put let's actually put it in here then. I'm just gonna put that book on my hotbar for now. Alright, so we have red chips, but I can stamp down this thing to start off. I'll just delete this and this, and then we are left with red chips. Let's plop it down like so. I guess we're going to need a bit of extra space. Okay, I'm going to give it that power thing over there, so I don't need to use this one. This is basically infinite power generation, this thing. Alright, so that is red chips. Then we do need the plastic build. Which brings the plastic out here. Actually, I do not need to do the whole red chip thing. That's gonna require a lot of belt routing and stuff. We basically only need to know, are we producing enough plastics per minute or not? Alright, let's simplify. This thing is, I forgot to integrate power lines, so let's bring it closer to this substation over here. That's all in range now. I guess we don't need to do the actual oil blueprint as well. We can just bring in petroleum gas and check the production. If that's below 1091 or twice that. If it's below twice that, we are gonna be good, and we are gonna be way below that, so let's not overcomplicate. Just petroleum gas in here and in here. We can check petroleum gas consumption in the graph. We're gonna bring out a full belt of coal. Because that's what we're gonna be having. And this should be 5 full belts of plastics at the end. Let's make this a bit longer. And we'll switch on that gaps thing again, so we can visually see if there are any gaps. Of course, we're also going to do the thing where we count the plastics. We know how much we should produce, the belts should be full. That's going to be quite easy. Okay, for now we're set up to remove everything. I think we're ready to test. Where are you from? Tell me the neighboring country. That's the same question basically. I'm from the Netherlands. Alright, let's just play. So eventually we should see all of these right ones back up. Here as well, all of the right ones should back up because the left ones get priority. You already see it happening here. This is backing up. This is good news. That means this is a guaranteed compressed belt of plastics over here. Here it's happening as well. Okay. So in the beginning we still get these gaps a bit, but once coal reliably reaches the end and stuff, we're gonna be fine. I should not have these belts sticking out. That means coal gets by a bit more often. The belts should stop at the end, and then there should be no production gaps anymore. Alright. Speed it up time. I guess that's enough speeding up. We can check the... First of all, let's check the... petroleum gas usage, I should check. Okay, 104k a minute. I'll quickly throw that in the calculator up here. 104... wait. 104,000 divided by 60 seconds equals 1733 petroleum gas per minute. So that is divided by 2, 867 petroleum gas per pipe, which is way less than 1091, like 200 below. So that's gonna be good. If we connect our oil processing thing to this, we're gonna be fine. Now we gotta check plastic production. Between 13 and 14k. I guess we are expecting 2700, 13,500. Okay, that's a good sign, because this this does correct rounding up and down. This value always rounds down. So 13,999 rounds down to 13. But here, 13,499 rounds down and 13,500 rounds up. So the fact that this is like oscillating between 13 and 14k tells me enough. That means this is exactly 13,500 a minute. Of course, we're also going to do one of these tests. 2,700 a minute means we can do maximum like 3 minutes. So 36, 72, 100, 10,800 ticks. That should net in 8,100 plastics. Or up to this slot completely filled up. So let's speed up time. 3 minutes of production. Dead on. 8,100 plastics. 81, 81, 81, 81. Mission success. Okay, that is pretty sweet actually. That is a pretty clean looking plastic build. I thought it would be hard to get like 5 belts out of 2 belts of coal. Of course I'm wasting a bunch of beacons by doing the belts in between beacons, but who cares, it's just beacons, just a little bit of power. I don't think the beacons themselves consume UPS. They just change the statistics of the machines, that is all. Alright. Then we can get back to plastics designed. I thought I translated... Okay, I translated the descriptions, or I translated the titles of the channel point stuff to English, but looks like I didn't translate the description. Dutch accents definitely give away the Dutch origin of English trying to speak English Dutch people. Alright then, we're missing more stuff, but that's okay. Okay, so this is all done. All of the building blocks have been designed. I'm just going to... That is why this area exists. We're going to bring it all together in some sort of way. So let me grab this giant stack of things. I'm not going to do the plumbing. I'm not going to connect all the elements together. But I am going to put all the things we need up there. So that is also going to be 2 of those oil blueprints. Like so. I guess I should do this a bit different. Since the blueprints have evolved by now. We have our blue chip thing over here. With the sulfuric acid on top. We've also got the green chip thing that is not going to change. The green chip thing is just going to be this times 8. That's going to be green chips. Now red chips though. Red chips will be a bit different. We're going to need 10 of these stacks. Let me just quickly snap this to a grid. So I can also just stamp this down 10 times. That was 11. And check, this should be 10 assemblers then? Yeah, 10 assemblers, alright. Then on top of that we're going to need the new plastics build we just made. Like so. That is plastics. And on top of that, I guess, we will do 2 of those oil builds. Perhaps I'll just do them separately. I'm not really sure. It doesn't really matter where these things are going to be. We could do them vertical, just on top of the stack. Looks like we're going to need to go down with this thing a bit to keep it in vision. It kinda aligns. Right, so this is our complete red chip setup. This is the oil processing, the 2 pipes of petroleum gas for red chips. So we just need to connect up the petroleum gas, 1 to this plastics, 1 to this plastics. That's gonna output 5 belts of plastics. That's gonna combine with 5 belts of green chips into 10 half belts of plastics and green chips, which is going to output 3.5 belts of red chips. Then we're going to combine some of these red chips with 8 belts of green chips to go into blue chips, which sulfuric acid is being made on top for here. And then we're going to have the over half belt of blue chip output. And that means we have all the 0.8 red belts of red chips are going in here, so we're gonna have over 2.5 belts of red chips left over for modules and stuff. So that means all of the design work around the red, green and blue chips has been completed. We're gonna let's make a copy of this guy. Except this is gonna be the one for red chips. 3.5 red blue belt of red chips, requiring 5 belts of green and 5 belts of plastic. Alright, now we just gotta change the contents of this blueprint to this stack over here. Alright, so now we got the blue chip stack, the red chip stack. Let's make another copy for the green chip stack. Of course we don't need sulfuric acid on this guy. I guess let's also get rid of that over here. So blue chips, red chips and green chips. Requiring, I guess, 16... Not really 16 belts of copper. I don't really need to specify that. 16 belts of green chips. We don't really require full belts of iron and copper, so perhaps we'll do some magic recombining and stuff. But probably not. Probably I'm just gonna insert full belts of the stuff. Of iron, copper. But not really full. Great blueprint descriptions again. Anyway, we also need to select new contents for this guy. Alright, and there we've got it. So now we can just take these 3 blueprints, green chips, stamp, red chips, stamp, blue chips, stamp. And depending on where we exactly are gonna build it, where we're gonna mine, how the ore will be smelted, we can lay this out in a favorable way so we don't need to build a ginormous F-ton of belts everywhere. For instance, we don't really need to build this in a perfect stack of 16 on top of each other if that doesn't suit us, but eventually we will need to take 5 of these belts and then recombine them with these plastic belts. We're gonna have to split those off, and those are gonna have to meet up in some sort of not too clunky way, just like so. There's 1 half belt, and that could be the second half belt. So that would be 1 belt of plastics, 1 belt of green chips combined in 2 mixed belts, and those could then go into not into plastics obviously, but into red chips. I think we designated this guy as, yeah, the bottom ones were plastics and green chips, so that could go like so. And then we would copy this a couple times so that that is all gonna go nicely next to each other. Which then would eventually look something like this, with like 10 belts going in, and then we have to get it out, go to blue chips as well. So we'll see exactly how that goes. Perhaps we will do blue chips on the bottom here or something. That could be as well. Red chips can come in from this side. Green chips, 8 belts, can come in from this side, something like so. Times 8. It's already running out of space. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that exactly fits, so alright, that is our 8 belts of greens. You get the drill. It's gonna look something like that. This actually is a pretty decent setup then, because we have all the green chips going not too far. These green chips not going too far, they just make a giant turn over here. And then they start going into the into these. So I'm not saying this is the final design, this is how it's gonna look like, approximately. Alright, and then red chips are gonna come from this side, and those have to go into these kind of things. But we only need one belt of reds coming in here. We've got 8 of these, so we could just do like a 1 to 8 splitter. That is fairly easy. But that may be a bit overkill. We also can just do like priority outputs, it will back up. This priority output to the left, it will be compressed, it will be backed up. But this is valid as well. Everything will start up at the same rate. It will reach its equilibrium faster than with priority outputs, at the cost of using a lot more belts. Alright, I'm just gonna finalize this a bit. So this also is gonna make a giant corner, like so. I'm gonna have 8 belts out coming. And those are gonna connect to the red ones over here. I forgot I can just do this. Right, nice to see that the spiders are not getting in the way of this blueprint stuff. Thank you, Spider, for being an awesome raider. Alright, then let's make this into a proper corner as well. Cannot look at this. It's not that much work. Right, and there you got it. Something like this it could be. Of course we have more than one belt of red chips coming out of here, but the rest is not going back into this build. Only 0.8 belts of red chips are gonna go into this build. So it could look something like this. Then we gotta get 4 belts of copper in here. Like I said, maybe we'll just do 5 for simplicity. So we can basically get the whole thing up to equilibrium easier. 1 belt goes in the first line, The other half goes in the second line, and that's all. We don't need to divide 4 belts over 10 lines. It's easier to divide 5 belts over 10 lines, so that is something we could do. Does this even scale? I guess it does. Okay, maybe we're actually going to use this design then. Since it looks like we are able to connect it. Okay, now we just copy this again. Oh yeah, this plumbing is a lot of work. Not so much in the 1000 signs per minute base just yet, but in the 10,000 signs per base, we're just gonna need to connect 10 times the amount of belts and pipes compared to 1k, so that's gonna be an exercise. But it could look something like this. You can see it on the map. It looks quite nice with the trapezoid stuff and all that kind of goodness. So this is a pretty decent layout for this. The oil is still debatable, but yeah, the oil doesn't really matter. We could do that anywhere. Also, this whole thing can be rotated to fit better or even flipped around with some annoyance. Unfortunately, we cannot flip around chemical plants no matter if they have a symmetric recipe as opposed to a asymmetric recipe like these over here. Alright, that's actually pretty decent. I'm going to save this. So I guess I'll just keep this in the book for now, the plastics thing. I'm just gonna make a copy of this, so I don't want to delete this base stuff either. I guess we'll just do oil attached to it and stuff. Alright, so this is everything we need. All the machines, all the assemblers, the oil processing, except for the mining and the smelting of the resources. And a bunch more belting. This could be this could be the design actually. It's not that bad. The thing is though, we got to this cannot be the design because we have to. I'll talk about that in a bit, but this let's see, what do we need? 2500 modules, we have those. Looks like 5 to 10k of belts. Let's say 10k belts after all is done. 10k belts, 2.5k modules. The assemblers and stuff is not a problem, we have all of that. Alright. Then, let's take a walk back to the base. We see how much is in there. We have 350,000 solar panels now. Okay, we have 170,000 express belts and 15,000 underground. So we need 10,000 belts. We have more than that in underground belts even. So we're doing well in terms of production. Of course, now we are just in the design phase. We are not really building a lot yet. We have built the smelting for 1000 signs per minute, red, green, military and blue chips. But that's about it. We have not done anything. We have designed a bunch of stuff, but we haven't really built any of the stuff yet. So these supplies are gonna disappear pretty fast once we start building. These chests are getting kind of full, I guess. These are passive providers. Those are gonna fill up as well still. We have 6,000 splitters. I stopped production at 6,000 splitters. I hope that will be sufficient. We don't need so many splitters, we mostly need undergrounds and belts. So those are the things we are making a lot of. How's iron gears? I still have that gaps on. Alright, so we're almost exactly using up all of our iron gears. This chest is still full, but all of the others are being taken from. Maybe we are slightly... it's pretty balanced, so that's good. Alright, I'm happy with that. How is iron smelting looking? We're using almost all of the iron. And we're using, I guess, most of the copper, but yeah, once you don't need more, you don't need more. I already have like, I know how many belts of red chips, so I don't really see a reason to stock up even more of this. Alright, how many rockets did we launch so far? 206 rockets have been launched. We're researching mining productivity 14, which requires 27,500 science packs. 27, I guess not, I guess like 22, 23 rocket launches worth of science. After this we gotta decide where to go for next. I haven't really decided just yet. Level 14 is the level we are designing our base around. So we'll see. Maybe just more bot speed. Bot speed, we can just get started on that. Or perhaps we'll go in the military direction. Maybe we can up the explosive damage on our rockets a bit further. So that we can more easily clear out biters. How is our spiders doing? Our spiders are still doing the same. They haven't moved a bit. These are all just worms. I hope. Okay, do I see some biter expansions? Biters have not taken out raiders just yet. Let's take a look at... These have scanned all they have to scan. Could have placed some more raiders down here to fill this in a bit better, but oh well. Maybe we'll fix that under a weekday stream. I kinda updated my blueprint a bit, which shows... it basically shows... Okay, if I build a raider over here, it shows me the top line is now where I need to build the next raider in order to get everything to scan. So as you can see, the raider is actually up here on this peninsula over here. That's scanned until the division line, and my next raider is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6 or 7 chunks too far down. So this area will not be scanned. But with this new blueprint, I can, in the future, I can predict, okay, if I place a raider here, I need to place a raider on this line over here. And then everything will get scanned. So that's quite nice as well. Let's just take a quick look. All of this water has been scanned. Some biter islands have been discovered. This actually looks to be... I'm not sure if this is an island. This looks to be another landmass, or it is quite a large island. Maybe this is also connected to that landmass. Could very well be. But still, there's probably not enough terrain generated for these guys to be able to expand all the way around the lake to my base. I don't believe that. Right, this is the area we cannot scan. The lake is just too big. Our shoreline radars cannot scan deep enough, so we need to claim the islands eventually. Probably after the entire 1000 signs per minute base is up and running, I'm going to spend like a couple streams just like making the map look nice and stuff, getting rid of all these old radars, fully taking out the biters once we discover where we want to build the solar panels exactly. I don't want to unnecessarily bloat the size of the map, so yeah, we'll see about that. I was checking for biters, so if there were still biter expansions here, by now they should have either taken out one of my radars by walking past it, or I would have rescanned one of these chunks probably. So I think we're still good on biter expansion. So we are slowly rescanning all of these chunks down here. Also these, they are not scanning into the unknown. Alright. So I think that's good as well. How large of an area will the solar panels take? A large area. Can you show us the pollution level? Yeah. Right, so we are quite a far cry away from polluting off the edge of the map. Of course, so far all of our miners, even these ones, have been efficiency moduled miners. So we are going to be switching to speed moduled miners for the 1000 signs per minute base from now on. So those are going to create much more pollution, but only once we switch it on, once everything starts running. I guess we will switch the module area on of the thing we just designed. Once we think next, and then we're gonna not wait for building this, we're gonna build this, we're gonna supply it, and we're just gonna make extra Mark III modules from it for the time being, until we are ready to switch on the entire 1000 signs per minute base. This thing can produce a lot of modules in the meantime. That does mean we're going to be creating a lot of pollution. I want the entire 1000 signs per minute base in this area about over here, so we have the larger area available for 10,000 signs per minute. So we're going to create a whole lot of pollution around here, so perhaps we'll have to, after this is up, like explore and kill some more biters up here to avoid the pollution spreading off the map. This is alright, these guys cannot reach me. Until flying biters are introduced, these guys cannot reach me. Hydrate, the last of it. Thanks. Yeah, today we have just been designing. I have done an incredibly bad job of following chat again. Alright, but you guys haven't been chatting that much, so that is a nice coincidence. It's looking great, yeah, I agree, it's looking pretty sweet. Alright. So in the real playthrough, our trains haven't crashed just yet, because this train hardly ever drives. It drives once every 2000 fuel cell production. I guess we have been slacking a bit in uranium refining over here. All of these chests are full. Is this in the roboport area? I think I'm just gonna do a quick and dirty fix. Where is this power line stuff? That means the bots can come here. Yeah, this is really quick and dirty. Okay, I cannot make that bend. I guess I can delete this power line without stuff getting disconnected. No, I cannot. Wooden power poles. I know. Oh, there is no symmetry at all here, so let's just not think too much. Okay, now this thing switches on again. I bet we have been slacking in uranium production for at least 50 hours. Yeah, uranium ore production, okay. For 23 hours we have been slacking. These are our mining productivity increases. You can nicely see that. Every research completed, plop, more uranium ore produced, plop. More uranium. All the chests filled up and down to about half production. We're still using some because we are doing this Covarex enrichment stuff to produce uranium, the enriched uranium for the fuel cells. Probably also should give this another chest. That is also looking oh yeah, this is kinda alright. All of it is still within homeport range, so we quadrupled the storage over here. So this can keep going for another 100 hours or so. I did upgrade to speed modules here. I think I'm actually need to upgrade to red belts because of the mining productivity level and the speed modules instead of the efficiency modules in here. Bots are lazy, they are going to recharge first instead of finishing their task. And given the upcoming levels of mining productivity, I may want to upgrade this to Mark III speed module. Man, those bots sure are taking a long time. I think they are taking a long time because all of this again is on the list, or on the ghost blueprint stuff. I did make a blueprint of that whole thing, right? Yeah, I did. Alright, so I can just delete this then. And hopefully this all should go a bit faster. Actually, I'm standing right here. I don't know why I'm doing all of that from the map view. But oh well. It looks like... I think I'm just gonna slash Mark 3 speed models in here for now. And just see how that goes. I also want to up this production. I may want to up this production. We'll see how that goes. Another 2000 fuel cells almost done. Alright, still 1.5 gigawatts, obviously. Design work doesn't take so much power, only brain power, not actual in-game power. Yeah, this series has not been uploaded yet. They will be uploaded eventually, but as I am still working on the recombining the 12x9 map sections. All of those streams have been... they had a lot of disconnects, those streams, so all of those streams are very segmented. So I'm just gluing them back together before I put them on YouTube. First want to do that series and I'll do the 10k SPM afterwards, so it's gonna take a little bit more time. So yeah, it's gonna be uploaded there as well, but after the 12x9 series. Switzerland, Germany 1-1. Alright, I'll have a think about it. Already several people have expressed interest in watching back the VOD, so maybe I need to think about that. I don't really want to start the 10k. I didn't really want to start uploading the 10k SPM and then just throw the random 12x9 map in the middle, because this is a long project. It's gonna take this is gonna take a long time still to complete this playthrough. Oh, hello solar panel train. I guess we're gonna end with this shot then. So yeah, I'm combining the first episode of the 12x9 map. I restarted, but I had quite a nice opening for the 12x9 map, so I'm basically combining the first two streams to a logical point where I properly show off the opening and the point where I restarted without too much overlap, because the rest of the first stream can just be thrown away. It's since it was restarted anyway with the better strategy. Alright. Up to 355,000 solar panels out of 2 million. Still a while to go. Let's check the map notes. I made a couple notes of things which I needed to do. Like for instance, before 160 hours I gotta do my nuclear fuel reprocessing, or the chests will physically be filled up with 2400 spent fuel cells and power will basically stop working because there is no more space to output the spent fuel cells. So at some point we gotta do that. 170 hours seemed so far away when I wrote that note, but we're already over 70 hours in now, so less than 100 hours to go. I'm probably gonna postpone this until hour 159 or something, knowing me. Right. Around 76 hours of playtime, mining productivity 14 should be done. We actually... Did I alter? I think I altered this after I upgraded to 80 signs per minute. So 4 more hours to research this. Sounds about right. We are about 20-ish% in. Let's say 20% on 30k. 6k in. So 210 or 21,000 or so left to go. We were doing 100 per minute. 210 minutes, 3.5 hours. About 3.5 hours, so 75.5 instead of 76, but still a pretty accurate prediction. Alright, we've been producing modules for a full day. We have officially entered the 3rd day in this playthrough, 72 hours. It's not even counting all the design time and calculator things and stuff. But yeah, we have been producing 10 modules per minute for a full 24-hour day now. And we have been producing solar panels for 22 hours now, so yeah, still a ways to go. Alright, we got a lot of progress on the 1K SPM base today. This is going to be the heart, the chip area we just designed. That's going to be the heart of the whole thing. Let's clean this up so that we can start. Oh, this is going to overflow my inventory, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, that's not going to fit. So nice when you have a good armor with a lot of personal construction bots. You can really just stamp those things down and pick them back up in no time. Right, we're leaving here with a clean slate. Let's actually have the bots deliver all the modules back to their chests over here, as well as the beacons. I'm just gonna, again, clean this up. You can throw your entire inventory in the trash. Let's not do the blueprints. What the heck is this? Did I take this out of the library? No, this is my own variant. I guess this is a copy. Yeah, this is a copy. I guess we don't need this. I guess we don't need this. I guess we don't need an empty upgrade planner. Alright. Can continue clicking everything away. And then we click this back on, the bots will bring us back everything we need in just the right quantities instead of having an inventory full of garbage. That's the task of the spiders, to carry the bulk stuff. Okay then. I guess we're gonna end with the bots filling these things back up. First of all, we're gonna deconstruct those again. Let's end with some nice bot shots. Alright, thanks construction bots. Still streaming? No, I'm at the end. Bots are taking their sweet time to place back those chests. Alright, that's the last of it. Then we can give the logistics bots a task. There's gonna be a proper bot storm. Alright. I hope this is coming across with the compression rate. Yeah, this is a nice manufacturing area here. Kind of fitted exactly into my self-balancing starter base. It was not planned that way, but it kinda did. It's like a tornado, man, like a tornado of bots swirling around. Alright, it's getting less. I guess the bots are almost done. I'm almost done as well. All the bots have returned to the home base, the construction bots and the logistics bots, for these giant projects over here. Alright. I guess that's gonna be it for this stream. So yeah, not a lot of building, not a lot of exploring, but a lot of functional design work. We've got the entire green, red and blue chip area planned out. Let me just go back in the calculator over here. So that's gonna simplify a lot of these later game builds. We already did the first 4 except red chips for blue signs. Now we don't need to worry about red chips for blue signs because they're going to be made in that area. If we isolate the other signs packs like purple signs, we can now ignore the entire red chip requirement, the entire green chip requirement, and we basically only have to produce stone bricks and rails basically. And we basically have to turn the red and green chips into productivity modules, so that is going to be a lot simpler now. Without we don't need to do the entire oil thing for plastics again and all that stuff. Simple, easy, and that's going to be purple signs. What about yellow signs? Yellow signs requires tons of the different chip colors as well. We need blue chips directly, which require red chips, which requires green chips. Don't need to worry about it. That's all the red chips. We also have some green chips. Those will flow to electric engines and robot frames. We've already created them. We don't need to think about it anymore. We still need to make sulfuric acid though for batteries, but as we saw today, making sulfuric acid is not that hard. It was simple. Making giant loads of plastics is what was difficult. Of course, we still need to make giant loads of plastics again for low density structures. But actually it's only one belt. Only one belt of plastics for low density structures, at least for yellow signs. Maybe for space signs it's gonna be different. Let's also isolate space signs, just so we can look what that requires. That's gonna require a bunch more blue chips. Don't need to worry about it. Red chips, don't need to worry about it. And green chips, don't need to worry about it. So what's left here then? Rocket control units is just chips. So we already designed everything for rocket control units. It's just blue chips, red chips and green chips in the form of speed modules. So that's nice. We need to build the assemblers and that's it. Satellite is going to require some stuff. Yeah, okay, low density structures. We need more than a belt of plastics for this. So looks like in total it's even more than slightly over 2 belts, 0.95, 1.1. Yeah, it's more than 2 belts of plastics. Right. So perhaps we can also build a giant steel area, since steel is also required for everything, basically. So then we have another headache out of the way if we already have a standardized steel area, which just smelts full belts of iron ore into as much steel as possible, similar to how we've been doing the petroleum gas belt, but then for steel. Just take the maximum input, 1200 water for petroleum gas, and for steel it's just going to be a full blue belt of ore. And then we can just transform it into steel. We don't need to think about steel anymore. And like that we can easily cross away all those multi-use, complicated or high bulk products which are used all across the base in different quantities, basically. Yeah, that sounds quite good. I don't think we'll follow that approach for 10,000 signs per minute. I think then these builds are just gonna get too big. I mean, now we're doing 3.5 belts of red chips, but if we are gonna do 35 belts of red chips, I think then it's going to be too difficult to transport everything all the way across the base. And the builds are just gonna be too large to have the advantage of, if it gets too large and you need to like make a 35 belt corner and all of that kind of stuff, transport it very far away, then you kind of lose the advantage of doing everything at the same location. But I think the 1000 signs per minute base is going to be small enough where that is not going to be an issue. But I think for 10,000 signs per minute we're just going to produce red chips for furnaces separately, even from red chips for productivity modules, even though they're both for purple signs. The builds are just going to be that big. Yeah. Alright. Alright, Matcha just built space elevator, I guess in space exploration. Congratulations. This is what wasting electricity looks like. We've got clean electricity. Clean unlimited electricity. The only thing we have is a little bit of spent nuclear fuel, which you can just shove like 2 kilometers into a mountain, and that's gonna be it. Nobody's ever going to be bothered by that ever again. Alright. So yeah, I don't have a new project yet for the Fridays. I'm not sure I want to start another one now. It's just the planning is a little bit iffy again for the summer months, where I'm usually on the road in the van. So streaming from the van definitely is possible. We've done it last summer as well. Or last summer. Last winter. I haven't been streaming last summer. But yeah, we have been streaming from the van for 2 months or so, I think. It went okay. A lot better than you would expect from mobile, so we're gonna do that again. The thing is, the schedule is probably gonna be a bit more wobbly and a little less frequent in the summer, I guess. I'm gonna try to keep up the Sunday streams for sure. The Friday streams mostly. Random weekly streams are probably gonna be less during the summer. But it's not that far yet, so who knows when I stream next. Subscribe here on Discord, here or on Discord. You can get pinged whenever I go live if you don't want to miss the next part. Yeah, I guess that's gonna be it for today. Let's go to the umbrella, which protects us against disconnects. It has protected us for 2 streams in a row already, so that's nice. At least I didn't notice any disconnects. Do you come to the Steel XCon in 2 weeks? I probably am not going to be in the neighborhood yet. 2 weeks from now. Yeah, plans kind of changed a bit. I'm gonna be back a bit later than I originally intended when I was planning during the winter months. It's always a bit unpredictable like that. So probably I'm gonna miss it. But if I will be back, then I will try to attend for sure. But it seems very unlikely at this point in time. So yeah, I would say enjoy TwitchCon as well. TwitchCon, SteelX-Con in Vienna. Pretty cool that they've got their own like fair for that stuff. I'll be on boat. Alright. Maybe I should go to TwitchCon. I don't even know when it is. I don't really consider myself a real streamer just yet. You know, I'm just doing this on the side for fun. I mean, I don't even know how bits look like when somebody donates bits in chat. And I physically search it up. That kind of stuff, yeah. I'm trying to do the streamer without most of the streamer rank, which is usually accompanied with it. No head switches, no I'm trying to keep all that stuff to a minimum. At least for now. Who knows how I'll be in a year from now. I'll be doing those silly Fortnite dances whenever somebody donates some bits or something. I hope not, but yeah, you never know how life goes. Anyway, yeah, I think we're done for today, guys and girls and whatevers. The map did not really change today, except for some scanned radar stuff. I think there's nothing else to talk about for today anymore. Quite happy with the progress, though I did wish we could actually build it today, but kinda knew that was wishful thinking from the start. So yeah, thank you all for watching. Thanks SDB for the 10 gift subs again. Thanks, I forgot the name. Thanks Al Cabana, if you are still here, for the 4,500 bits. Man, that's a lot of bits. That's a lot of bits. So yeah, that's gonna be it. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time.